Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning everyone. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Buenos dias a todos. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Gampias salam to halaw ng tapatid ng mga subanan maayong buntag, Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. Welcome to the two-day Division Capacity Building for the Child Protection Committee. And this is Brian Telempros, your Education Program Specialist 2 in the Human Resource Development section. Despite the threats brought about by COVID-19 pandemic, we are still pursuing the implementation of all the programs and projects of the Department of Education. That's why we never cease down in protecting our children as they are the biggest investment of this country. As we start, we would like to invite everyone to take this time for the preliminaries.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Our Almighty God, loving Heavenly Father, at this moment we pause from our worldly worries and seek your guidance and protection. In these times of uncertainty and great challenges, we still praise you and adore you for blessings you have showered to us, the blessings of life, health, and work. We are also thankful for the opportunity to ask forgiveness of our sins. We have many sins, dear Lord. Nothing is hidden from you. Yet we ask that you forgive us and that our supplications still reach your throne of mercy and grace. At this moment, Lord, we pray that you accept our expressions of thanksgiving. We have so many things to be thankful for, and we are most thankful for the opportunity of serving our country through the Department of Education, Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. We are thankful for your protection and for sending your angels to envelop us and always keep us away from harm and danger and from the evil doings of men. We are thankful for the wise leadership of our top management, our chiefs, and the cooperation of officials and personnel in the school's division office. We are thankful for the leadership of supervisors and school heads and the commitment and support of all our teachers. With our expressions of gratitude, we ask now that you continue to guide us in our ways. Guide us as we perform our assigned tasks. Guide us as we serve the country. Guide us as we provide education to the children in this part of Mindanao. We also ask that you continue to bless our leaders with wisdom and continue to bless us with a spirit of patience and cooperation. We ask that you always bless our children and their parents and our partners in this work. Remind us always, dear Lord, that we are serving this country by providing education to our children and youth, and that we are doing this so that no one is left behind in illiteracy and ignorance, and that we are able to help parents and guardians mold a new generation of community leaders and even nation builders. We also ask, Lord, that you continue to bless us with what we need, the need of security, safety, and shelter. We know, Lord, that you alone can offer these things to your children, and you alone can offer these completely to us. For our teachers in the field, protect them always, Lord. Give them wisdom and strength as they continue the sacred mission of guiding children, thus making them good citizens of this province and of this country. At this moment, again, we ask that you take away the disease that is plaguing the world now, including Zamboanga del Sur. May it be, Lord, that with your intervention, those who are inflicted with COVID-19 will be healed soon, and all of us will be free from the worries this disease brings. At this moment, dear Lord, we yield to your power, your loving kindness, and your will. All these things we ask in your name we pray. Amen.
With fair shores and mountains filled with treasures, of each land where dreams unfold. Its people marching on to progress, hearts undaunted, brave and true. Hand in hand with brother Filipinos, Zambo Sul will make you great. We'll work unceasing without relenting. For country's might, you can count on us. With fair shores and mountains filled with treasures, of each land where dreams unfold. Its people marching on to mountains. Come to beautiful Zamboanga shore. We'll come to God's great gift given to man. Share our joys and sorrows, join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga del Sur, the bountiful, fill out thy own heart, spirit and soul. We will live for you, we will die for you. Here is its songs among our soul. Come to beautiful Zamboanga shore. Welcome to God's great gift given to man. Share our joys and sorrows, join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga del Sur, Zamboanga Sur.
Now we are back on the two-day division capacity building on the Child Protection Committee. And of course, we would like to, at the outset, thank the Lord for blessing this day and making us everybody available for this activity. We know that we have a lot of things to do as we are approaching to the closing of another of this school year. And we are glad that everyone is here. Of course, we would like to extend our warmest morning greetings to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, CESO 6, to our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, and Dr. Raymond Salvador, to our CID chief, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes, and to our SGOD chief, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo. We would like to also say good morning to all the learning area supervisors, district supervisors, and PICDs, school administrators, and to all the members of the Child Protection Committee. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And at this point, we would like to give you, for his welcome address, our School Governance and Operations Division Chief, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo. Sir, please take your time. Again, for his welcome message, we would like to give you our SGOD Chief, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo. Sir, please take your time. We're very sorry for the technical glitches that we are experiencing right now here in the division office, but we have to move forward as we are actually taking our time. At this point, we would like to give you the Division Youth Formation Coordinator and at the same time, our Child Protection Focal Person in the Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. With pride, please welcome Miss Alily Grace D. Lingating.
Better morning, everyone. Before I get started, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to our dear Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, for the immediate approval of this activity today. And I would also like to say good morning to our two ASDSS, Dr. Mayo Daligdig and Dr. Raymond Salvador, and to the CID Chief, Dr. Juliet Magallanes. Your office have helped a lot in the dissemination of this advisory. Thank you so much. And to our very own supportive SGOD Chief, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo, my salute, sir. So why do we need a Child Protection Committee? Strengthening the Committee for the Special Protection of Children are organized to effectively function as the body principally responsible of coordinating and monitoring the investigation and prosecution of cases involving violations of Republic Act number 7610 and other child-related criminal laws. They have this vision that all children in the Philippines and Filipino children elsewhere are protected from all forms of violence and abuse, exploitation, and discrimination. On the other hand, the mission statement is guided by the principles of non-discrimination, best interest of the child, respect for the views of the child, and the right of the child to life, as well as Article 19 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, as codified under Republic Act 7610, the CSPC shall ensure that all children in the Philippines are provided legal protection within the child-sensitive justice system. So therefore, all organizations that work with and come into contact with children should have safeguarding policies and procedures to ensure that every child, regardless of their age, disability, gender reassignment, race, religion or belief, sex or sexual orientation has a right to equal protection from harm. Having said that, setting up and following good safeguarding policies and procedures means children are safe from adults and other children who might pose a risk. Therefore, in compliance to safeguarding policies and to ensure of its implementation, the Department of Education issued a policy that is aligned to Republic Act 7610. So let us take a quick walk on the purpose of a child protection policy. First is to develop a common understanding of child protection issues. Second, develop good practice across the diverse areas in which we operate and thereby increase accountability in this crucial aspect of our work. This policy, when put into practice, will help make sure that children are protected. It also ensures that staff and other representatives of the schools or school officials are protected. This aspect of good governance is also critical in maintaining the reputation and credibility of each one. Now, what is a child protection policy? It is an organization's commitment to protect children from abuse, exploitation, organizational negligence. And this is reflected in the way an organization conducts its activities and the way employees or staff behave. Child protection procedures are how an organization puts its policy into action. In this light, we are grateful we have with us resource persons to share their expertise for us to be aware and updated. Let me introduce to you our guest today who will help us revisit DepEd Order 40 as a series of 2012. She graduated Bachelor of Science in Commerce, major in accountancy in the year 2010 at Jose Memorial State University. She also finished her Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education, major in Math in 2013 at Medina College Foundation. She completed her Bachelor of Laws in 2018 at Jose Memorial State University and passed the bar exam in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, or please join me as I welcome our Legal Officer 3, Attorney Jill Seprado Alpeche. Another guest here is a Senior Education Program Specialist in charge of the School Management Monitoring and Evaluation under the School's Governance Operations Division. He is going to present and discuss to us the division of the DepEd Memorandum number 18 series of 2018, which contains DepEd guidelines and procedures on the management of children at risk and children in conflict with the law. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Arturo Saluta Antiquina, Jr. We also have with us an education program supervisor who is also well-versed with regards to policies. She is presently our Division Gender and Development or GOD, Kindergarten and Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao Coordinator. She will be sharing to us two topics that will cover COVID-19, integration of child protection, return to school, and handling abused child. My colleagues in the Department of Education, let's give it up for Dr. Gay Asugas Abduhan. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. As the child protection focal person of this division, I am looking forward for a productive and successful activity, and as we will be moving in one common goal, and that is to establish safe environments for children and ensure that the welfare and best interests of the child are the prime considerations when any decision is made about suspected child abuse or neglect. Thank you so much, everyone, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
thank you so much, Miss Alili Grace Dilingating, for the overview of our sessions, especially that this 2-day virtual capacity building for the implementation of the Child Protection Committee is really very relevant in this time of pandemic. Although our children are not yet in school, but we are very grateful that empowering our CPC or the Child Protection Committee will help us also implement and protect our children wherever they are. And of course, we are very glad that you have chosen very wonderful speakers who are actually have their expertise in the field, especially to the person that we are very fond of speaking with when it comes to policies and laws. Of course, our legal officer 3 in this division, Attorney Jill C. Alpeche, who will be speaking so much of the policies in the child protection. And I believe that everyone in the field right now who are listening to this session will really learn a lot, of course, in the implementation of the CPC. And since we are actually using so much of our time, we will now be giving you our first speaker. And who I am talking with, that is Attorney Jill C. Alpeche.
Good morning, everyone. I feel so insecure with the voice of Sir Brian Telemporos and the energy of Ma'am Alili. But despite my insecurities, I'm here to discuss with you DO 40 series of 2012 and other related laws. So I will be discussing with you DO 40 in relation to 7610, RA 9344, and other laws that as we go to T series of 2012. Okay, 40 series of 2020, or the policy and guidelines on protecting children in schools from abuse, violence, exploitation, discrimination, bullying, and other forms of abuse. So we have section 1. This department order shall be known as the DepEd Child Protection Policy. Okay, with section 2, we have a statement of policy. This is very long, but we are going to understand this by heart, since this is the very important in enacting DO 40 series of 2012. So we have here, pursuant to 1987 Constitution, the state shall defend the right of children to assistance, including proper care and nutrition, and special protection from all forms of neglect, abuse, cruelty, exploitation, and other conditions prejudicial to their development. So this neglect, abuse, cruelty, exploitation, and other conditions prejudicial to their development is very broad. In fact, this has been the issues in different Supreme Court cases with regard to child abuse. So later on, I'm going to discuss with you samples of cases that discusses neglect, abuse, cruelty, exploitation, and other conditions prejudicial to their development. We have second paragraph of state section 2, we have the Constitution further provides that all educational institutions shall inculcate patriotism and nationalism, foster love of humanity, respect for human rights, appreciate the role of national heroes in the historical development of the country, teach the rights and duties of citizenship, strengthen ethical and spiritual values, develop moral character and personal discipline, and technological knowledge, and promote vocational efficiency. Yet this is just one paragraph, but it entails everything that the DepEd, that the responsibility of the DepEd. Imagine that you are going to inculcate the students patriotism, nationalism, foster love. It's like everything that the formation of a child is in the DepEd. So that's how big our responsibility is. Yeah, the third paragraph is we have the Convention on the Rights of the Child aims to protect children from all forms of physical or mental violence, injury and abuse, neglect or negligent treatment, maltreatment and exploitation, including sexual abuse. We have the same convention establishes the right of the child to education, and with a view of achieving this right progressively and on the basis of equal opportunity, it obliges the government to take measures to encourage regular attendance in school and reduce dropout rates. Thus, it is mandated that all the appropriate measures be undertaken to ensure, because nowadays, there are cases that the division office is handling, but with regard to sexual abuse, child abuse in particular, so I cannot tolerate this one. So hopefully, by empowering the people in the field, hopefully the cases will somehow lessen in the future. So hopefully, so we have again the second, because we're still on section 2. We have towards this end the Department of Education, in collaboration with its partners and stakeholders, shall ensure that all schools are conducive to education of children. The best interest of the child shall be the paramount consideration in all decisions and actions. So that's the key word. The best interest of the child shall be the paramount consideration. Mora gini hunahanaon, kung makalimot na gani sa section 2, ang atong hunahanaon, the best interest of the child shall be the paramount consideration. So you are going to set aside hatred, anger. You have to manage, you have to have self-control in dealing with students, because at the very end, kita ra gyapon ng mga adults ang lugi. Because again, the law favors the innocent children. So again, the key word is the best interest of the child shall be the paramount consideration. So, okay, next. Mura to pinaka-importante dito. And we have, the department recognizes the cases of abuse may arise as a result of difficult situations faced by teachers and other officials within and outside the school. DepEd has adopted a policy to provide special protection to children who are gravely threatened or endangered by circumstances which affect their normal development and over which they have no control, and to assist the concerned agencies in their rehabilitation. Furthermore, this department aims to ensure such special protection from all forms of abuse and exploitation and care as is necessary for the child's well-being, taking into account the primary rights and duties of parents legal guardians, and other individuals who are legally responsible and exercise custody over the child. DepEd recognizes the participatory rights of the child in the formulation and implementation of policies and in all proceedings affecting them, whether they are victims of aggressors, either directly or through a representative. So that's why this department reiterates a zero tolerance policy for any act of child abuse, exploitation, violence, discrimination, bullying, and other forms of abuse, and hereby promulgates this department order. So we're going to tackle one by one this exploitation, this violence, discrimination, bullying, and other forms of abuse. So we have section 3, child. Okay, in DO 40 series of 2012, the definition of child refers to any person below 18 years of age and those over but are unable to fully take care of themselves or protect themselves from abuse, neglect, cruelty, exploitation, or discrimination because of the physical or mental disability or condition. That's it came from RA 7610. But for purposes of this department order, this term also includes pupils or students who may be 18 years of age or older but are in school. So because of that definition, all children in school, even if more than 18 years old, are considered child with regard to this DO 40 series of 2012. That is why 18 years of age or those over, however, unable to fully protect themselves because of mental disability or what, but for purposes of this DO, again, even if more than 18 years old but are in school, it is still in part of the definition of children or child. We have letter B, children in school. It refers to bona fides to pupils, students or learners who are enrolled in the basic education system, whether regular, irregular, transferee, or repeater, including those who have been temporarily out of school, who are in the school or learning center's premises or participating in school sanctioned activities. So imagine that even if the student is irregular or a transferee or a repeater, or including those who have been temporarily out of school, so they are still part of children in school. We have pupil. We have student or learner. Learner means a child who regularly attends classes in any level of basic education system under the supervision and tutelage of a teacher or facilitator. You have school personnel, means the person singly or collectively working in a public or private school, and they are classified as school head. Of course, school head refers to the chief executive office, a chief executive officer or administrator of a public or private school or learning center. We have other school officials, include other school officers, including teachers, who are occupying supervisory positions or positions of responsibility and are involved in policy formulation, and implementation in a school. We have academic personnel, includes all school personnel who are formally engaged in actual teaching services or service, or is in research assignments, either in a full-time or a part-time basis, as well as those who possess certain prescribed academic functions directly supportive of teaching, such as registrars, librarians, guidance counselors, researchers, and other similar persons. They may include officials who are responsible for academic matters and other school officials. And of course, other school personnel includes all other non-academic personnel in school, whatever may be the nature of their appointment and status of employment. So we have letter E, child protection. It refers to programs, services, procedures, and structures that are intended to prevent and respond to abuse, neglect, exploitation, discrimination, and violence. So this activity that we're doing now is an example of child protection because it refers to programs and services or procedures and structures that are intended to prevent. Hopefully, this webinar can help prevent child abuse or violence against children committed in schools. We have parents. It refers to biological parents, step-parents, adoptive parents, and the common law spouse or partner of the parent. We have guardians or custodians. We have refers to legal guardians, foster parents, and other persons, including relatives or even non-relatives who have physical custody of the child. We have school visitor or guest, refers to any person who visits a school or has any official business with the school, and any person who does not have any official business but is found within the premises of the school. This may include those who are within the school premises for certain reasons. Example, student, teachers, catechisists, we have service providers, suppliers, bidders, parents, and guardians of other children. We have, okay, here we go with letter I, child abuse. Child abuse, it refers to the maltreatment of a child, whether habitual or not, which includes any of the following. Number one, we have psychological or physical abuse, demeans the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being. We have number three, unreasonable deprivation of the child's basic needs for survival, such as food or shelter. Or number four, failure to immediately give medical treatment to an injured child, resulting in serious impairment of his or her growth and development, and in child's permanent incapacity or death. Okay, this letter I is very broad. Again, as I told you earlier, this has been the issue of many cases that the Supreme Court is deciding. So I have here few samples of acts that may result to child abuse, or it may result to physical injuries or other crime that may be committed. So what's the difference? Okay, let's talk with first case. We have Felina Rosaldes versus People of the Philippines. So this Felina Rosaldes is a public school teacher. He was charged and found guilty of child abuse in violation of RA 7610. The victim was her own grade 1 pupil, whom he was physically maltreated for having accidentally bumped her knee while he was dozing off on a bamboo sofa as he entered the classroom. Her maltreatment left him with physical injuries as duly certified by a physician. So whether or not the petitioner thereby committed a child abuse is a question that was raised in the appeal. So because according to Felina Rosaldes, according to Felina Rosaldes, not every instance of laying of hands on a child constitutes the crime of child abuse under Section 10 of RA 7610, because the Supreme Court in year 2013 ruled that again, not every instance of the laying of hands on a child constitutes a crime of child abuse and under Section 10 of RA 7610. Only when the laying of hands is shown beyond reasonable doubt to be intended by the accused to debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of the child as a human being, should it be punished as child abuse. Otherwise, it is punished under the revised code, or it could be a slight physical injuries. So not RA 7610. So again, let us going to study the facts of this particular case. Why Felina Rosaldes in this particular case was made guilty of child abuse. Okay, on February 13, 1996, 7-year-old Michael Ryan Gonzalez Hanan Elementary School, located of Lambunao, Iloilo, was hurriedly entering his classroom when he accidentally bumped the knee of his teacher, petitioner Felina Rosaldes, who was then asleep on a bamboo sofa. Roused from sleep, petitioner asked Michael Ryan to apologize her. Kini si Felina Rosaldes na so ko, instead nga kanana ang Imbis maghilom siya, nasukuin na siya sa samot ni Michael Ryan. Petitioner went to Michael and pinched him on his thigh. And she held him up by his armpits and pushed him to the floor. As he fell, Michael Ryan's body hit on a desk. As a result, he lost consciousness. So petitioner proceeded to pick Michael Ryan up by his ears and repeatedly slam him down on the floor. Imagine, fell down na si Michael Ryan, but then Felisa proceeded to teach her class as if nothing happened, no? During the lunch break, Michael Ryan, accompanied by two of his classmates, Luella Loredo and Jonalyn Gonzalez, went home crying and told his mother about the incident. His mother and his aunt, Evangeline Gonzalez, reported the incident to the barangay captain, Gonzalo La Rosa, who advised them to have Michael Ryan examined by a doctor. Michael Ryan's aunt and barangay councilman Ernesto Liganti brought him to Dr. Ricardo Ladrido, where he was examined by Dr. Teresita Castigador. They likewise reported the incident to the police station. Okay, so the medical certificate issued by Dr. Teresita Castigador reads, we have a tenderness of both external ears. We have lumbar pains and tenderness of the area, contusions of left and inner thigh, tenderness and painful on walking, especially at the area of the femoral head. So the petitioner was criminally charged with child abuse in the RTC of Iloilo, as the case was assigned in branch 27 of that court. So the provincial prosecutor of Iloilo, upon approval and directive of the Deputy Ombudsman for Visayas, accuses Felina Rosaldes of the crime violation of child abuse law. So let us find out if Felina was made guilty of child abuse or other violation in RPC. So facts of the case. So we have that on about 13th day of February 1996 in the municipality of Lambunao, province of Iloilo, Philippines, and within the jurisdiction of the Honorable Court, the above named accused, being a public school teacher in grade 1 of Bughanan Elementary School with a salary grade of below 26 under the DEX, did then and there willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously maltreat her child, a pupil, Michael Ryan Gonzalez, a 7-year-old child, by pinching him on different parts of his body and thereafter slumping him on the ground, thereby causing Michael Ryan Gonzalez to lose his consciousness and has suffered injuries on the different parts of the body. So, guilty man siya sa RTC, manang ni-appeal siya sa CA, and the CA affirmed. That's why this Felisa elevate this case to the Supreme Court. So what's the ruling of the Supreme Court in this case? According to the Supreme Court, the appeal lacks merit. But the petitioner or Felisa contends that she did not deliberately inflict the physical injury suffered by Michael Ryan to maltreat or align him in a manner that would debase, demean, or degrade his dignity. So muna yung contention nga ang iyang pagpasakit ato ni Michael Ryan did not in any way did not debase, demean, or degrade his dignity. She characterizes her maltreatment as an act of discipline that she as a school teacher could reasonably do towards the development of the child. She insists that her act further came under the doctrine of loco parentis. So she reasoned out nga iyara tong gidisiplina ang bata. So what the Supreme Court said, the contention of the petitioner is utterly bereft of merit. Although the petitioner as a public school teacher could duly discipline Michael Ryan as her pupil, her infliction of the physical injuries on him was unnecessary, violent, and excessive. The boy even fainted from the violence suffered at her hands. She could not justifiably claim that she acted only for the sake of disciplining him. Her physical maltreatment of him was precisely prohibited by no less than the family code, which has expressly banned the infliction of corporal punishment. A school administrator, teacher, or individual engaged in child care exercising parental authority. So the Supreme Court denied her stand on the case because according to her, wala nakadegrade sa intrinsic wala nakadegrade, wala nakadebase, no? Wala nakademean sa child. But the Supreme Court said nga that is excessive. Sobraan na po na. Imagine nakuyapan na. Agi lang sayang sala nga nasangkilan siya, kanya natulog para ba siya sa sofa. So this could happen in us. Mo nang dapat na paning mahibaw-an ning diya nga kuan. This is a very exciting case, no? So Article 233. So according to the family code, we have Article 233 of the family code. The person exercising substitute parental authority shall have the same authority over the person of the child as the parents. In no case shall the school administrator, teacher, or individual engaged in child care exercising parental authority inflict corporal punishment upon the child. Proof of the severe results of the petitioner's physical maltreatment of Michael Ryan was provided by Dr. Teresita Castigador, the medical legal officer of the Dr. Ricardo Larido Memorial Hospital in Iloilo, who examined the victim at about 1 o'clock on February 13, 1996. Oh, I think grade 2 pa rin ko, ani? Barely. Pero na-decision sa Supreme Court, bago lang, 2014. Okay, 2014 case. So, next please. Reflecting her impressions of the physical injuries based on the testimonial explanations of Dr. Castigador, the trial judge observed that in the decision of June 26, 2003, according to Dr. Castigador, the wound number 1 is a discoloration of the skin caused by the extravasation of blood beneath it. She opined that the wound and tenderness of the ears of the victim could have been caused by pinching. As to the lumbar pain and tenderness of the 3rd and 4th level of the vertebrae, so wound number 2, the doctor testified that during her examination of the victim, the latter felt pain when she put pressure on the said area. She stated that this could be caused by pressure or contact with a hard object. The wound number 3 is located on the victim's left inner thigh. According to her, this could not have been caused by ordinary pinching with pressure. Wound number 4 is located on the upper part of the left thigh. Dr. Castigador testified that she noticed that the boy was limping as he walked. So, Section 3 of RA 7610 defines child abuse. Thus, we have child abuse refers to the maltreatment, whether habitual or not, of the child, which includes any of the following. Number 1, psychological and physical abuse, neglect, cruelty, sexual abuse, and emotional maltreatment. Number 2, any act by deeds or words which debases, degrades, or demeans the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being. Number 3, unreasonable deprivation of his basic needs for survival, such as food or shelter, or failure to immediately give medical treatment to an injured child, resulting in the serious impairment of his growth and development, or in his permanent incapacity or death. So, in the crime charge against Felisa, therefore, the maltreatment may consist of an act by deeds, by words that debases, degrades, or demeans the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child such as a human being. The act need not be habitual. So the Court of Appeals concluded that the CA went overboard in disciplining Michael Ryan, a helpless and weak 7-year-old boy, when she pinched hard Michael Ryan and on the left thigh, and then she held him in the armpits and threw him on the floor. The boy fell down. His body hit the desk, causing him to lose consciousness, of feeling consciousness, but instead of feeling a sense of remorse, the accused appellant further held up the boy by his ears and pushed him down on the floor. On her part, the trial judge said that the physical pain experienced by the victim had been aggravated by an emotional trauma that caused him to stop going to school altogether out of fear of the petitioner, compelling his parents to transfer him to another school where he had to adjust again. Such established circumstances proved beyond reasonable doubt that the petitioner was guilty of child abuse by deeds that degraded and demeaned the intrinsic worth and dignity of Michael Ryan as a human being. It was also shown by that Michael Ryan's physical maltreatment by the petitioner was neither her first or only maltreatment of a child. Prosecution witness Luella Loredo revealed on cross-examination that she also experienced the petitioner's cruelty. The petitioner was also convicted by the RTC of Iloilo in criminal case number 348921 for maltreatment of other child named Dariel Ligayada. Such previous incidents manifested that the petitioner had a propensity for violence. So, imagine, grade 1 teacher, inana ka-harsh ang iyaang kuan. Inana siya the way mo discipline. So, the Supreme Court made him liable for child abuse. So, again, we cannot excuse ourselves by saying that we are just disciplining the child when there is proof that you went overboard. So, being public school teachers, or public administrators, again, the most important thing is self-control. Self-control. Maybe nakuratan to siya kay naigo sa bata, luya po din taon. Pero wala pa gid daw ito siya nakamata kay iya man yung gipasakitan. Anyway, so convicted siya sa criminal case. So kay convicted man sa criminal case, the penalty is imprisonment. So imprisonment. So unlike sa administrative case, if because an act may give rise to a civil, administrative, or criminal case. So that single act, actually that teacher could have a case under administrative, no? So that reason, she could have also terminated. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a decision in the administrative case with regard to that case. I still have to research on that. That's exciting. So another example. So that's the first example why the action tantamounts to child abuse, and why some other actions tantamounts only to physical injuries. I have another example. This is a very recent case decided on January 7, 2019. This is Patulot versus People of the Philippines. This is not involving a teacher, but merely magsilingan. But of course, the victims are the children. So we have, these are two separate information. This Patulot, kini si Evangeline Patulot, was charged with child abuse. According to the first incident, that on or about 14th day of November 2012 in the city of Taguig, and within the jurisdiction of the Honorable Court, the above name accused, Evangeline Patulot, did then and there willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously commit acts of child abuse upon AAA, a 3-year-old minor, by throwing on him a boiling oil, thereby inflicting upon the said victim minor physical injuries, which acts are inimical and prejudicial to the child's normal growth and development. And another case, we have that on the 14th day of November 2012, the same date, in the city of Taguig, the accused unlawfully and feloniously commit acts of child abuse upon BBB, a 2-month-old baby, by throwing her a boiling water, thereby inflicting upon said victim minor physical injuries. So Unsa may nahitabo kay ani? During arraignment, Patulot, ingon si Patulot, assisted by counsel, pleaded not guilty to the charges. Subsequently, trial on the merits ensued, wherein the prosecution presented CCC, mother of minors AAA and BBB. Si AAA, mo ni siya ang 3 years old, and si BBB siya ang 2 months old. DDD, the father of the minors. So again, the names are not the names are because it's confidential kay nag-include man ni siya og kuan kanana ang violations against children. So kaning di ang minor. So wala gi kuan nang ilang name. So si DDD og si CCC ang ilang anak si AAA og si BBB. Unsay may nahitabo? Kini si Evangeline Patulot. Samtang kini si CCC gathered clothes from the clothesline outside her house. No, namuklas na siya. She was about to enter the house. She was surprised that she saw Patulot who was holding a casserole. Unsa may gigamaan ni Patulot? Without warning, Patulot poured poured, no? The contents of the casserole. Unya ang contents to hot cooking oil on her. Supposedly, ang iyang purpose, iyang i-hit si CCC, ang iyang silingan nga si CCC. Unfortunately, it not only hit CCC, but also AAA and BBB nga tuwa dool ni CCC. So karon, bismolikay unta si CCC, wa gyud naigo gyud siya. And si AAA o si BBB who were nearby suddenly cried because they were likewise hit by the hot cooking oil. So CCC, the mother, hurriedly brought AAA and BBB to her 3 neighbors who volunteered to bring the children to the polyclinic and South Signal, Taguig City for treatment. She then went to the barangay hall, also of the South Signal, Taguig City, to report the incident. Accompanied by a barangay personnel, she went to Patulot's house, but Patulot was not there. She instead returned to her children at the polyclinic. While there, she learned from her neighbor that Patulot had been arrested. Consequently, having been assured that her children were all right and that medication had already been given, they returned to the barangay hall where DDD met them. At the barangay hall, CCC noticed that her children were shivering. Thus, she asked her neighbors to bring them to Pateros Taguig District Hospital, where she stayed behind to give her statement. Afterwards, she proceeded to the hospital, where she was likewise treated for injuries. While she and BBB were able to go home, atoning 2-month-old, so ang mama ang 2-month-old were able to go home. AAA needed to be confined, but was discharged. But was discharged the next morning. Before going home, however, CCC proceeded to the police station where he executed her sinumpaang salaysay, and subsequently Dr. Vitales of the Pateros Taguig District Hospital, who examined and treated CCC and her children, testified that the injuries suffered by AAE and BBB would heal for an average period of 30 days. Next, DDD testified that he incurred 7,440 on the medical expenses for his wife and children. So, solely testifying in her defense, according to Patulot, she denied the allegations. She recounted that prior to that alleged incident, she was on her way to the market to sell her merchandise when CCC bumped her on the arm, uttering foul words against her. Due to the impact, Patulot's merchandise fell. And because of this, she cursed CCC back, who in turn merely laughed and repeated the invectives as she moved away. So then, from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. on November 12, 2012, she was repacking black pepper at her house when she heard CCC taunt her in a loud voice, "Bakit hindi ka sumama sa asawa mo? Dapat sumama ka na para pareho kayong paglamayan." Because of this, Patulot proceeded to Barangay Central Signal, Taguig City to file a complaint against CCC, but she was ignored. So she went instead to the Barangay South hospital, Signal, Taguig City, but upon reaching the said location, she was apprehended by Barangay Tanod and brought Barangay Hall of South Signal, Taguig City for questioning. So imagine, nag-retaliate lang siya. Agi sa iya ang kasuko. Oh, nag-retaliate siya. So away ni sa mga magsilingan. So again, the question is whether the Court of Appeal, so the question is whether she is guilty of child abuse or not, or maybe other kind of violation under the RPC. So whether the Court of Appeals gravely erred in affirming the petitioner's conviction of violating Section 10 of RA 7610, despite the fact that she had no intent to degrade and demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of the private complainant's children. So kini ako yung ganing question whether the act whether there was intent to degrade or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of the private complainant's children. Well, according to Patulot, she can only be convicted of physical injuries and not child abuse, citing the pronouncement of the Supreme Court in 2013, wherein she submits that not every instance of laying hands on that child constitutes the crime of child abuse under RA 7610. Only when the laying of hands is shown to be intended to debase, to degrade, to demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of the child as a human being, should punish as a child abuse. Otherwise, it is punished under the RPC. Thus, in the absence of such intention on the part of Patulot, her true intention being to pour hot oil only on CCC, with AAE and BBB being merely accidentally hit, she cannot be convicted child abuse. So, Patulot adds that even considering her to have committed child abuse, the CA erred in determining the imposable penalty because according to him, it's only physical injuries and not child abuse. So the question here is whether it's child abuse or physical injuries. So what the Supreme Court said under Section 3B of RA 7610, child abuse refers to the maltreatment, whether habitual or not, of the child, which includes any of the following. Number one, memorize na to ni, psychological and physical abuse, neglect, cruelty, sexual abuse, and emotional maltreatment. Any act by deeds or words which debase, degrades, or demeans the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being. And number three, unreasonable deprivation of his basic needs for survival, such as food and shelter. And number four, failure to immediately give medical treatment to an injured child, resulting in serious impairment of his growth and development or in his permanent incapacity or death. In conjunction with this, Section 10A of the same Act provides that other act of neglect, abuse, cruelty, or exploitation and other conditions prejudicial to the child's development. So any person who shall commit any other acts of child abuse, cruelty, or exploitation, or to be responsible for other conditions prejudicial to the child's development, including those covered by Article 59 of Presidential Decree 603 as amended, but not covered by the RPC as amended, shall suffer the penalty of prison mayor. So, unsa may ruling sa Supreme Court, corollary, Section 2 of the Rules and Regulations of the Reporting and Investigation of Child Abuse Cases defines term child abuse as the infliction of physical or psychological injury, cruelty to, or neglect, sexual abuse, or exploitation of child. In turn, the same section defines physical injury as those that include, but are not limited to, lacerations, fractured bones, burns, internal injuries, severe injury, or other serious bodily harm suffered by the child. As gleaned from the foregoing, the provision punishes not only those enumerated under Article 59, but also 4 distinct acts. Unsa makay child abuse, child cruelty, child exploitation, and being responsible for conditions prejudicial to the child's development. The rules and regulations of the question statute distinctly and separately define child abuse, cruelty, and exploitation, just to show that these three acts are different from one another and from the act prejudicial to the child's development. So, contrary to the petitioner's assertion, an accused can be prosecuted and convicted under Section 10 of RA 7610 if he commits any of the four acts therein. The prosecution need not to prove the acts of the child abuse, child cruelty, and child exploitation have resulted in the prejudice of the child abuse. So four distinct acts that can arise to child abuse. Dili kay kining child abuse, child cruelty, o child exploitation. Ay ara ni siya mahimong child abuse kung it is prejudicial to the child's development. No, because the law identifies four distinct acts. So child abuse, child cruelty, child exploitation, and being responsible for conditions prejudicial to the child's development. So was the act did by Patulot was prejudicial to the children. So what the Supreme Court said, moreover, it is a rule in statutory construction that the word "or" is a disjunctive term signifying disassociation and independence of one thing from another things. It should, as a rule, be construed in the sense with which it ordinarily implies. Hence, the use of "or" in Section 10 of RA 7610, be responsible for other conditions prejudicial to the best development, supposes that there are four punishable acts therein. That is why, in this particular case, Patulot was convicted not just of physical injuries, but of child abuse. Because of that, because there are four distinct acts that may give rise to child abuse. So, on this score, even Patulot even contends that the basis of the pronouncement on 2013 case that was decided by the Supreme Court that she cannot be convicted of child abuse because it was not proven that she intended to debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child of AAE and BBB as human beings. Her reliance on the said ruling, however, is misplaced. Because in that particular case, the information specifically charged Bungalon of committing acts which are prejudicial to the child's development and which demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of the child as a human being. Thus, the Supreme Court ruled that he can only be held liable for slight physical injuries instead of child abuse in the absence of proof that he intended to humiliate or debase the intrinsic worth of the victim. So, in this particular case, ang sabi ng Supreme Court, it is not similar to the Bungalon case decided way back in 2013 because this is totally different. Here, they charge Patulot for willfully committing acts of child abuse by throwing throwing them boiling oil, thereby inflicting upon said victim minor physical injuries which are inimical and prejudicial to the child's normal growth and development. Because according to the medical legal, the boiling oil caused scar in their faces that may leave them in a lifetime. So dili na maulian ang ilang scar. The left visible scars that are most likely to stay in their faces and bodies for the rest of their lives. She cannot therefore be allowed to escape the liability arising from her actions. So, neither can Patulot argue that in the absence of intention on her part to harm AAE and BBB, because at first, wala man siya intention to hurt the children. But because nasukuro man siya sa mama sa children, she cannot be convicted of child abuse because according to her, she merely intended on committing physical injuries against CCC. But the Supreme Court said that their pronouncement in Mabunot versus People is squarely in point. Unsay nahitabuaning kang Mabunot versus People. There, petitioner Jester Mabunot accidentally shoved a female minor child, consequently fracturing her rib while he was engaged in the fist fight with another boy. But he points out that the injury sustained by the minor victim was unintentional. Thus, according to Mabunot, this single and unintended act of shoving the child while trading punches with another can hardly be considered as within the definition of child abuse under 7610. Assuming, therefore, that he was the cause of the injury, Mabunot insists that he should be held liable for slight physical injuries under Section 265 of the RPC. The court, however, rejected Mabunot's contention and held him liable for slight physical injuries but not for child abuse. Unsa may this explanation is Supreme Court. In that particular case, the petitioner posits that since he and Dennis were exchanging punches then, she could not have made a deliberate design to injure Shaiva. Without intent to harm Shaiva, petitioner insists that she deserves an acquittal with the foregoing argument. The foregoing argument, however, is untenable because when the acts complained of are inherently immoral, they are deemed mala in se, or even if they are punished by special law. Kaya ano, the throwing of, in this particular case of Patulot, the throwing of hot cooking oil to the body of CCC is a mala in se, is a wrong. There's a criminal intent to harm CCC. So even if it only hit the children, AAE and BBB, still she cannot excuse herself from liability. Because the act of throwing hot oil is again there is a criminal intent to do a wrong. So even if lahi ang naigo, there was an error in persona, lahi ang naigo, again she should be made liable to that particular So the result, so the decision of the Supreme Court is it's not just physical injuries. It's a child abuse because the difference between child abuse and physical injuries is the penalty. The penalty in child abuse is higher than slight physical injuries. So, munang ilagay nang i-contest kanong child abuse, nganong dili lang physical injuries. So, with the DepEd, most likely, it's arguable gyapon no whether it's only physical injuries or child abuse, but we have this special law for children. This DO 40 series of 2012, which was copied under, which was promulgated in relation in connection to 7610. Pero kung ang single act, again, it can arise to administrative, civil and criminal. So hopefully walay mahitabo pa, pero kung mahitabo man galing sa classroom, so sa teacher pwede siyang makasuhan administratively, ang kaso na diri na dayon sa division office or sa court criminally and civilly. So hopefully atong malikayan. So unsa may kalainan nganong when man ta makaingon nga ang usa ka act only constitutes physical injuries and not child abuse. So, katong tuang two examples na ako ang disisgutan earlier, ang decision sa Supreme Court, child abuse gyud, dili iganay kay physical injuries. Pero another case, this is decided by the Supreme Court on September 3, 2020. We have Joel Havares versus People of the Philippines. Duha ni ka criminal case iya. Isa ra di ay. That on or about 7th day of February 2008, so at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Barangay Iraray, Municipality of Sofronio, Española, Province of Palawan, Philippines. So unsa may nahitabo na the accused unlawfully and criminally commit physical abuse and cruelty upon a person of AAA, 10-year-old minor. The accused, Joel Havares, suddenly and without provocation shoved AAA, believing that he was the one who initiated and caused the dispute. Sa kwan gyapon ni sa eskwelahan gyapon ni nahitabo, which act debased and demeaned the dignity of the child as a human being, thereby affecting the normal physical, psychological, and social growth of the said minor to the damage and prejudice of said AAA. So sa may napananay, dito ni sa Iraray Elementary School. It happened in year 2008 at Iraray Elementary School. So kini si Sofronio, si Joel, kinyang teacher Joel. Kini si Teacher Joel, teacher ni siya sa Iraray Elementary School. So, according to this case, Teacher Joel ay duha ni ka bata ang na-involve ani si AAA gyapon og si BBB. Ang nahitabo kining di ang kang sa a case against BBB, according to the complaint, Mr. Joel willfully, unlawfully, and criminally commit physical abuse and cruelty upon the person of BBB, a 9-year-old minor. The accused Joel Haveres suddenly and without provocation hit BBB in the face with a broomstick after BBB asked as classmate for a piece of pop rice, which act debased and demeaned the dignity of the child as a human being. So, agatong isa, gikasuhan siya katong kang AAA, kay iya ang na-shove, no? Provocation. Shoved AAA believing that he was the one who initiated and caused the dispute. Unsa may nahitabo nga nang iya maning nainani si AAA. Then kining ka BBB pod, iya ang iyang na-hit sa broomstick, no? Na iyang naigo sa broomstick. Kay kini si BBB nangayo ni sa iyang classmate og pop rice, ampaw man siguro ning pop rice, no? So nangayo siya. Unfortunately, na-hit siya ni Teacher Joel sa broomstick. So atong tanawon kung sa decision ani sa Supreme Court nganong whether child abuse ba ni siya or only physical injuries. So on February 7, 2008, petitioner complainant's third grade advisor, grade 3, was conducting a review class for the national admission test. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, while the class was ongoing, BBB repeatedly asked one of his classmates to give him rice pop, but when the latter refused, they fought. And petitioner stepped in and hit BBB's face with a broomstick he was holding. So muna yung nahitabo, tig pangayo ni si BBB og pop. Sige ni pangayo pop rice sa iyang classmate. Iyang classmate pod, wa po ni hatag, nagaway sila. Unfortunately, pag-ato ni Sir Joel, na-hit niya sa broomstick ang bata, no? In the afternoon on that same day, in another class, sa lahi na po niya class, BBB's cousin, so AAA, so si AAA na pod, went out of the classroom to urinate, nigawa siya. When he came back, he saw two of his classmates fighting over food. Why? So, as he walked toward them, he saw petitioner approach the two and push AAA in the chest, causing AAA to fall on his face. So, muna nahitabo, duha ka bata ang na-involve ani nga incident. So, katong kang BBB, naigo ni Teacher Joel sa broomstick, kay nag-away lagi sig pangayo si BBB sa pop rice. Kini pa si AAA ni gawas. Pagbalik niya nakita siya na nag-away. So giukang unta ni Teacher Joel. Unfortunately, naigo niya si AAA sa chest, causing AAA to fall on his chest. So right after the incident, both AAA and BBB went to AAA's house. They reported to AAA's mother the twin incidents involving them and their teacher, the petitioner here, Sir Joel. In turn, relayed the information to BBB's parents. So thereafter, together with AAA and BBB, went to the principal's office to report the incident. They were told, however, that the principal was in Manila. So wala man si principal. And the complainants proceed to file a complaint before the DSWD. So complainants were also brought to the Brooks Point Hospital for physical examination, where AAA and BBB medical legal certificates, AAA suffered pain and tenderness in the chest. Igo man to siya, na-punch man to siya, no, sa chest, which may have been caused by the fist blow or any force applied to the area, which included pushing. On the other hand, BBB sustained left cheek abrasions, which may have been caused by the sharp object like a fingernail or a broomstick. So, doon ay abrasion sa iyang cheek, no? And hematoma on his left ear, which may have also been caused by contact with a broomstick. At the police station, complainants executed their respective affidavits. So, motoy facts of the case. So, evidence for the defense. Unsa maingon ni Sir Joel? Petitioner testified that he had been teaching for the past 30 years. On February 7, 2008, so medyo guwang-guwang na gini si Sir, no? He was reviewing his class for the NAT when AAE and BBB became restless and kept transferring seats despite his repeated orders for them to stop. In the afternoon of the same day, while the lecture was ongoing, petitioner saw AAA engage in the fist fight with another pupils at the back of the classroom. He approached them and tried to separate them with his arms. AAA left the classroom crying. He averred that AAE and BBB merely fabricated the story against him because they were influenced by AAA's uncle, the barangay captain, who at that time was angry with him. So, muna yung defense. So, ang sabi ni Supreme Court, ani trial court, guilty si petitioner, si Sir Joel, kay imposible ning mamakak na yung mga bata. Kay usually, the testimony of the innocent child, tagaan gina sila kuan kanang pabor sa korte, no? Tagaan gina sila merit. So, and the CA also affirmed the decision of the RTC. So, mo nang niya ato si Sir Joel sa Supreme Court. Supreme Court, unsa guni nganong ila kong gikuan anig gi-convict ko nila kuan about child abuse. So, unsa maingon ni Supreme Court? Petitioner is partly meritorious. So, nganong different ni siya sa other cases because of the attending circumstances, We have here, ang sa ingon ni Supreme Court, the petition is partly meritorious. The petitioner not liable under Section 10 of RA 7610. Lack of intent to debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being. Petitioner was charged, tried, and found guilty of violating Section 10, Article of RA 7610. So, who shall commit any acts of child abuse, cruelty, or exploitation, or to be responsible for other conditions prejudicial to the child's development, including those covered in Article 59. So, under Section 3 of RA 7610, child abuse may be committed by deeds or words, again, which debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being. So, the Supreme Court said nga dili child abuse ang nakomit ni dili child abuse ang nakomit ni Mr. Sir Joel. Kay ang iyang gibasihan ang case sa Bungalon decision on 2013, where the Supreme Court expounded the definition of child abuse and held that only when it is shown beyond reasonable doubt that the accused laid his or her hands on the child with actual intent to debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being, should it be punished as child abuse. Otherwise, it should be punished under the RPC. Thus, although the Supreme Court affirmed the factual findings by the RTC and the CA to the effect that petitioner struck Jason at the back of his hand, slapped Jason on the face, agatoning sa Bungalon case, they disagree that the holding of his acts constitute child abuse within the purview of the above quoted provisions, because the records did not establish beyond reasonable doubt that his laying of hands on Jason had been intended to debase the intrinsic worth and dignity of Jason as a human being, or that he had thereby intended to humiliate or embarrass him. So here, the record showed that the laying, according to this case in Bungabon, the laying of hands on Jason had been done at the spur of the moment, indicative of his being overwhelmed by his fatherly concern of the personal safety of his own minor daughters, who had just suffered harm from the hands of Jason and Roldan. With the loss of self-control, he lacked the specific intent to debase, degrade, or demean the intrinsic worth and dignity of a child as a human being. So, here, in this particular case of Sir Jewel, nganong na sa Supreme Court niingon man nga similar ni siya dito sa Bungabon case, dili ni siya guilty of child abuse. Nga naman unsa may facts nga nakaingon ng Supreme Court nga nga dili ito siya child abuse, only physical injuries. Here, the petitioner Sir Joel was not shown to have intended to debase, degrade, or demean BBB's intrinsic worth and dignity as a human being. For while hitting BBB with a broomstick is reprehensible, petitioner did so only to stop BBB, another classmate, from fighting over the pop rice. So nag-away man utong duha ka bata. So yang na-hit sa broomstick, no? Na-hit niya sa broomstick. So for while hitting BBB with a broomstick is reprehensible, the petitioner did so only to stop BBB and another classmate from fighting over the pop rice. So as for AAA, agatongkang AAA, records show that his efforts to stop his two other students from fighting over food during his afternoon class, the petitioner got to push AAA, one of the onlookers, as a result of which AAA fell on the floor with a face down. Surely, petitioner did not intend to maltreat nor debase AAA's dignity as a human being. He was, all in honesty, simply trying to stop his students from fighting. He cannot therefore be held liable under Section 10. So, unsa may penalty na lang gaya ni Sir Joel? Physical injuries. Physical injuries lang. Again, because there was no intent to debase, no? To maltreat, no? To maltreat nor debase AAA's dignity as a human being. He was, all in honesty, simply trying to stop his students from fighting. Kaya nanggiaway man to. Nanggiaway. So lahi ang sitwasyon. Lahi ang sitwasyon atong tuang natulog na teacher. Katong teacher nga natulog sa bambukuan, dahil naigo siya nasangkilan siya sa bata. Kato, child abuse yung gaayo. Imagine, naigo lang sangkilan lang siya, iyan ang gipasakita ng bata. Kini ang sitwasyon ani is, nag-away ang bata. So iyang gitry niya gukang. Unfortunately, naayo sa kabata dito, nga naigo pod, motong na down. So this is the Supreme Court only convicted Mr. Joel of physical injuries and not child abuse under the child abuse law. So that's it. So we have another. So letter J. Let's proceed to letter J. That was only my explanation on child abuse. So let's proceed to discrimination against children, letter J. Anyway, I still have an hour. We have letter J, discrimination against children. So it refers to an act of exclusion, distinction, restriction, or preference which is based on any ground such as age, ethnicity, sex, sexual orientation and gender identity, language, religion, political and other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, being infected or affected by human immunodeficiency virus and acquired immune deficiency syndrome, being pregnant, being a child in conflict with the law, being a child with disability or other status or condition, and which has the purpose or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise by all persons on an equal footing of all rights and freedoms. So, discrimination against children. Actually, I can say that during my elementary days, I was also, I felt discriminated, no? Even though part po ka sa honor class, pero by looks, no? May sila, unsa man na si kuanoy, kuan na ka, mabuli ka, ma-discriminate ka. It's happening in school. It's happening. So that's why it's a very big challenge sa mga maestra, sa mga teachers. Nga hopefully malessening di ang discrimination against children. Though there is no equality among equals. I believe that there is no I believe that there is no equality. Kay even there na magani rich and poor country. Pero again, even if dunay big nga kuan kanang ang inequality among us, I hope dili ta ma-discriminate because of that. And I hope our children in school are kuan free from discrimination. So we have letter K, child exploitation. Refers to the use of children for someone else's advantage, gratification or profit, often resulting in an unjust, cruel, and harmful treatment. Child exploitation. Actually, there was a case before that involves child exploitation. I forgot to include this one in my slides, but as far as I can remember, it involved a teacher and a working student. Munang dapat careful ta. Kay ang akong mahinumduman katong nga kaso, napildi ang maestra. Kay naabitay bata nga api kay gid siya. Pobre nga pobre. Part of came from kuan kanang broken family. Then one afternoon, makita na sa maestra nga api kay gitong bata. Iyaan na siyang aton sa ilang balay patrabahoon, no? Patrabahoon niya rin tagaan pud niya og kuan pagkaon, ana-ana. So wala gud poy bad intention ng maestra. Kanang ilang gitong patrabahoon na mahapon, na patrabahoon lang niya dayon sa ilang balay, patrabaho niya sa iyang balay. Dayon tagaan po niya pagkaon, manabalon para pagkaugma. But then the Supreme Court said nga dili pwede mo to na penalize tong maestra. So mag-careful ta sa field. Kung mga kay doon naman ko tayo balaod nga, no child labor gyud basta below 15 years old. Gawas lang kung kanana ang under siya sa supervision sa iyang parents, no? Or gawas lang kung dili siya harmful nga ang iyang, or dili dangerous ang iyang trabaho. So kana kay dili man to nato good child, dili man nato to siya anak, no? Dili man kita parent niya sa kuan. Ito parent niya sa school pero watay katungod nga mapatrabaho niya sa atuang panimalay after school. So mo to ako lang mang i-remind adto na wala lang ako na include diri basta I still remember the facts of that case. We have two main forms of child exploitation. We have number 1, sexual exploitation. Refers to the abuse of a position of vulnerability, differential power, or trust for sexual purposes. It includes, but is not limited to, forcing a child to participate in prostitution or the production of pornographic materials as a result of being subjected to threat, deception, coercion, abduction, force, abuse of authority, death, bondage, fraud, or through abuse of victims' vulnerability. And we have number 2, economic exploitation. Refers to the use of the child in work or other activities for the benefit of others. Economic exploitation involves a certain gain or profit through the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services. This includes, but is not limited to, illegal child labor. So, doon na mo tayo illegal child labor. So, ma-careful po ta ani kay atong mga bata, usually below 15, labi na mga high school, and kuan elementary, below 15 pa man gina sila. So careful taning sa illegal child labor. We have violence against children committed in schools. Refers to a single act or acts or a series of acts committed by school administrators, academic and non-academic personnel against a child, which result in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychological harm or suffering, or other abuses, including threats of such acts, battery, assault, coercion, harassment, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty. It includes, but is not limited to, the following acts. Number 1, physical violence, referred to acts that inflicts bodily harm or physical harm. It includes assigning children to perform tasks which are hazardous to their physical well-being. Number 2, Sexual violence refers to acts that are sexual in nature. It includes, but is not limited to, number one, rape, sexual harassment, acts of lasciviousness, making demeaning and sexually suggestive remarks, physically attacking the sexual parts of the victim's body, and forcing the child to watch obscene publications and indecent shows, or forcing the child to do indecent sexual acts, and or to engage or to be involved in the creation or distribution of such films, indecent publication or material, and acts causing or attempting to cause the child to engage in any sexual activity by force, threat of force, physical or other harm, or threat of physical and other harm or coercion, or through inducements, gifts, or favors. We have number 3, psychological violence, refers to acts or omissions causing or likely to cause mental or emotional suffering of the child, such as but not limited to intimidation, harassment, stalking, damage to property, public ridicule or humiliation, deduction or threat of deduction from grade or merit as a form of punishment, and repeated verbal abuse. And such acts of violence of physical, sexual, or psychological nature that are prejudicial to the best interest of the child. So, this is very broad again. So daghan na kay gining kaso ning ang physical, katong akong gi-discuss ganina, physical violence lang to. You have sexual violence. It's happening in school. I know it's happening in school. So hopefully makabalota nga dunay, again, it can arise to admin, civil and criminal case. So my heart is bleeding good para sa mga children nga na-affected aning diyang sa sexual violence. And even sexual harassment no. Daghan kay kaso ani gyud, dahan kay exciting nga kaso ani nga dapan, pero di na lang ako is-discussan kay kulang ang 3 hours so mag-discuss ta tag sa ani. Kining rape, no? Rape, daghan kay ning nahitabo sa kuan. In fact, na case ani no nga high school teacher yung girape iya ang not happening in one kanang it is a decided case. I just forgot the name of the victim and the kanay diyang accused. So girape niya ang student. And according to the teacher, kuan lang kanang uyab sila. Mumugin kasagaran dayong depensa. Uyab daw sila. Naunya kay ingon sa maingon ni Supreme Court, og uyab mo kaha. The fact nga minor na siya, she cannot kuan kanana ang kay nalagi consent, may consent ang ilang sexual contact tungod kay uyab sila. But sa ingon ni Supreme Court, dili na makahatag og eksakto nga consent kay minor de edad na. Di unsay na kuan. Goodbye si teacher. Na preso si teacher. And it's not happening just sa mga teacher na uban na apod sa kuan. Kabalota ni. It's happening. It's very prevalent. We have sexual harassment, acts of lasciviousness, making demeaning and sexually suggestive remarks. Naay sa una, nagreklamo tong kuan, may nagreklamo tong adas. Dili po diri. Nagreklamo lang siya, nagkatawa lang may. I was still working at the Pitan City by that time. No, nagkatawa lang siya, Kay bali ni sisir sige kog bundol-bundolon. That was sexually suggestive remarks. Pwede na siyang kasuhan ani, but then wala man po ni kaso. O ni kaso na to di naigo na siya ani unta. Magkatawa na lang ni kay maula man siya, bundol-bundol daw siya. Anay mi nga kanana ang nagdain gahilam-hilam ra pug ka, wa po kani istorya. Moto ako katong tayo di pa man ko pug abogada adto. Una abogada pa ko adto, ako gitong advisean. So morning kana mga inana physically attacking the sexual parts of the victim's body. Daghan naging kaso ana gyud. Kabalo na tana. Again, ato lang to siyang i-understand by heart. And atong ato ang i-apply in real life. We have letter M, bullying or peer abuse. So kinsa magkaayoy biktima ning bullying? Nay nangutanan nako. Ma'am, si teacher ba pwede bang mabully ni student? Okay, atong basahon og ayo ang definition sa bullying, no? refers to a willful aggressive behavior that is directed toward a particular victim who may be outnumbered, younger, weak, with disability, less confident, or otherwise more vulnerable. So in this particular case, kisa may more vulnerable nila, kisa may younger nila, si teacher. So, munang dili gina victim si kuan, kana na ang kung inani ha, pwede siya nga victim kung kuan, kana na ang pangitaan siya, picture-picturean bitaw. Pero again, it is the responsibility of the teacher to discipline man, nga madisiplina nato, makontrol nato, classroom management, no? Classroom management. At the very end, sa ato gyapon mo bumerang. More particularly, sa may nasa number 1, bullying, is committed when a student, again, a student commits an act of acts directed towards another student. So student, okay, or a series of a single acts directed towards several students in a school setting or a place of learning, which results in a physical and mental abuse, harassment, intimidation, or humiliation. Such acts may consist of any one or more of the following. Number 1, threats to inflict a wrong upon a person, owner or property of the person, or on his family. Threats. We have stalking or constantly following or pursuing a person in his or her daily activities with unwanted and obsessive attention. May sa mga na-in-love na ni. Sige nag-stalk. Oh, sige nag-stalk. Bisag imo nang i-block, mang-stalk ragyat gyapon. Na siya. Letter C. Taking of property. Taking of property. We have letter D. Public humiliation or public and malicious imputation of a crime or a vice or defect, whether a real or imaginary, or any act, omission, condition, status, or circumstances tending to cause dishonor, discredit, or expose a person to contempt. So, muna siya yung mga acts nga nagkuhan og bullying, or actually kani defamation po na siya sa RTRPC. We have deliberate destruction or defacement or of damage to child's property. We have physical violence committed upon a student, which may or may not result to harm or injury, with or without the aid of a weapon. Such violence may be in the form of mauling, hitting, punching, kicking, throwing things at the student, pinching, spanking, and other similar acts. We have demanding or requiring sexual or monetary favors or exacting money or property from a pupil or student. Na-imagine ha, careful po taani kay basin na niya makaingon sila og nangaitag kwarta makakuha na rin taani. Kana magpaamot-amot bitaw, careful po gid mo ana. Kay wata kabalo, ma-misunderstood. That's why I really discourage kung nabi tayo mga request nga magpaamot inana. Ano akong gina-discourage kay kung labi nagduna tayo department order nga example, concrete example. Kaya sa atong graduation, naamagod tayo DO nga kanang sa moving up nato og sa kuan paon la sa MOE. Dayon namagay na nga hitabo din no nga mo file sila og complaint sa Office of the President. Kay na-misunderstood nila, even if nag-meeting na mo diha, na-agrihan na ninyo sa meeting, nga mag-amot mo, pero ma-misunderstood niya na sa tao sa field, labi na kay dili na tanan mo at apilog meeting. And then, ano akong gina-discourage, kay again, even if na-aprubahan na siya sa PTA, even if na-aprubahan na diha, basta na ay department order nga nag-govern ana, the department order prevails because again any kasabutan or nga inyo na come up out of sa inyong meeting is not valid kung it is contrary to law, to order, to public morals, to public policy. Since there is an order that said dili pwede na, so even if inyong naagrihan, it's still not valid. So again, manang careful ta ani. Careful ta. We have restraining the liberty and freedom of a pupil or student. Number 2, we have cyberbullying. So bullying ra gyapon siya, but it is any conduct defined in the preceding paragraph, pato akong gipang enumerate, as a resulting in harassment, intimidation, or humiliation through electronic means or other technology, such as but not limited to texting, email, IM, chatting, internet, and social networking websites, and other platforms or formats. So, the same ra siya nga acts sa akong gi-mention sa diha, atong bullying, pero pinaagi lang sa electronic means, sa cyberbullying. We have letter N. Other acts of abuse by a pupil, student, or learner refers to other serious acts of abuse or learners of the same school, student, not falling under the definition of bullying in the preceding provisions, including but not limited to acts of physical, sexual, or psychological nature. So we have corporal punishment, refers to a kind of punishment or penalty imposed for an alleged or actual offense, which is carried out or inflicted for the purpose of discipline, training, or control by a teacher, school administrator, an adult, or any other child who has been given or has assumed authority or responsibility for punishment or discipline. It includes physical, humiliating, or degrading punishments, including but not limited to the following. Sa kaini, we have blows such as but not limited to beating, kicking, hitting, slapping, or lashing of any part of a child's body, with or without the use of instruments such as but not limited to cane, broomstick, whip, or belt. Striking of a child's face or head, such being declared as no contact zone. Pulling hair, shaking, twisting joints, cutting or piercing skin, dragging, pushing, or throwing of a child, forcing a child to perform physically painful or damaging acts such as but not limited to holding a weight or weights for an extended period and kneeling on stones, salt, pebbles, and other objects. Deprivation of the child's physical needs as a form of punishment. Deliberate exposure to fire, ice, water, smoke, sunlight, rain, pepper, alcohol, or forcing the child to swallow substances, dangerous chemicals, and other materials that can cause discomfort or threaten the child's health, safety, and sense of security, such as but not limited to bleach or insecticides, increment, or urine. Tying up a child, we have confinement, imprisonment, or depriving the liberty of a child. We have verbal abuse or assaults, including intimidation or threat of bodily harm, swearing or cursing, ridiculing, or denigrating the child. We have forcing a child to wear a sign, to undress or disrobe, or to put on anything that will make a child look or feel foolish, which belittles or humiliates the child in front of others. We have permanent confiscation of personal property of pupils, students, or learners, except when such pieces of property pose a danger to child or others, and other analogous acts. So, letter P, we have positive and non-violent discipline of children. So, this is the way that the DepEd wants to discipline our school children. Positive and non-violent discipline of children. It's a way of thinking and a holistic, constructive, and proactive approach to teaching that helps children develop appropriate thinking and behavior in the short and long term and foster self-discipline. It is based on the fundamental principle that children are full human beings with basic human rights. Positive discipline begins with setting the long-term goals or impacts that teachers want to have on their students' adult lives and using everyday situations and challenges as opportunities to teach lifelong skills and values to students. So, kining di ang corporal punishment, kami agi pa mi anay sa high school, no? That's why I nag-review ko sa kuan department order. Nangotahan ako, sus kay 2012 naman dahil ni pagawas. 2012 na niya kay graduate naman dahil ko ato college. Pasalamat ako maestrada. Nagpasalamat kay paano pa na ito, wala pa na ito ay ang DO40 series of 2012. So, karon the person that is going to discuss the remaining provision of DO40 is Sergio Antiquina. But since it's still 10:30, I still have to discuss some more samples of cases nga nag-involve ani. So hisgot nang gitaog kuan kana nang violation, no, kana nang child abuse. There was a case nganong dunay case involving a father and a child. Kay nganong ako ning apilag hisgot. Kay even if ganing din sa DepEd, admin ramang gini among ginakiter, no? But there are, even if mga private na nila nga mga concerns, gatuo sila kung sa ka-powerful sa DepEd, ilang ginang ipaabot pa sa amo. So, the only thing among magama is to, of course, among i-endorse sa ila and to advise them on what to do. And because this involves teachers, no? Or non-teaching personnel na sa DepEd. So, munang ako po, wag yung kayo mahimo, kung dili, ako gyud po nang i-address, though ako silang i-explainan nga, dili na within sa jurisdiction. Pero for the sake of discussion, I have to mention this particular case. Kaya I think daghan na jud kay itang mga, kung ano, pasensya na sa mga father, no, father na sa field, sa mga teacher nga, mga male. Anyway, makabawi ra lagi mo sa mga teacher nga mga female. So ako lang ning i-discuss kay, just a reminder lang, kay again, agi sa na mga daghang mga cases nga too personal na ta, but then maabot pa sa opisina. Okay. There was a popular case, no, sa mga law students, popular gini siya. Dunay foreigner namini og Pinay nga taga Cebu, no? Namini na siya sa Holland, namini sila sa Holland, pero after few months nag-divorce ra pud sila. So pag divorce nila, niingon ang foreigner nga muhatag kog support sa imo ang sa atong anak, no? Muhatag siya og support. But after pila na gid ka years, naabot na og 16 years. Wa gyud nagparamdam ang foreigner, wa gyud. Pero ang tuyok sa kapalaran, naabot man sila, nakitaan man niya sa Cebu. Nakita naman niya sa Cebu tong iyang bana sa una, yung iyang ex-husband, naminyo na pod og Pinay. Kaya abot po ning foreigner nga ganahan po kay Pinay. Cebuana pag yun. So nabalik, nagkita gid sila sa Cebu. So natingala man siya, oy naaman diri akong ex-husband. Moto iyang gipailan og case. Gipailan niya case kay violation daw kuno sa 7262 kanibitang violation against women and their children. Unsa may contention sa mama sa Pinay, no? Unsa may contention sa mama? Naka-violate si foreigner, kay naka-violate siya kay wala siya nihatag og support. Niya na po si foreigner nga, dili man na mo kuan sa kuan ang inyong balawda sa Pilipinas kay kuan man ko kana na ang tagahulan man ko, dili man ko taga Pilipinas. So sa territoriality principle in criminal law, dili na mo apply sa ako. Ingon siya. Dayon ingon pa siya nga sa amo ang balaod, wala na mga support, dahan kay siyang reklamo. So karon, unsa may ingon ni Supreme Court? Mapriso ka kay naka-violate gyapon ka sa kuan violation against women and their children. Dapat muhatag gyapon kag support kay ang support it's a continuing responsibility. Even if dili ka kuan, even if dili ka Pinoy, even if dili ka Pinoy, pero naa ka diri sa Cebu. Under ka sa jurisdiction sa Pilipinas. And then dapat ka muhatag gyud og support, otherwise moto nga gikuan siya. Nganong naisgutan ako, pasensya na. Kay dunay nang gipadala nako og letter lagi. Regarding ana na ang mangayo og kuan, magpatabang, mangayo og support. Ngano po ning uban atong mga kuan? Ngano po ning uban atong mga ginikanan sa mga teacher? Tagahain na lang guna. And one thing akong ika-advise, when you give support, this is a very silly advice, no? Pero it's a case. Dunay pamilya, Dunay pamilya. Naanad na ang asawa ug anak nga tagsag na sila car. Anad na sila. Tagsag car, with yaya gina sila. So kay nagbulag man, anad man ang parents. Karon kay nireklamo ang mama nga dapat suportaan gid gyapon mi based sa among naandan. Unsa ingon ni Supreme Court, insakto ang mama, tagaag support based sa ilang naandan. So the moral lesson is ayaw lang pod pagkapining, ayaw lang pod palabi og support. Kay basig mga anad, inigbulag ninyo, Dako na kay kagihatag nga support. That's a very silly advice, but that's happening. That's happening. So kung mamini mo or mini mo galing mo, dapat sakto-sakto lang. Just kidding. Just kidding kay nako nata ka na nang I think na board na kay ta sa ato akong discussion. Anyway, I think I have nothing to discuss because other related and other sections will be discussed by Sir Jong. But anyway, I still want to talk. Kaya it's still 10:38. It's still 10:38. But maybe I can I entertain questions also? Yeah, you can entertain. I can entertain questions. It's still 10:38. Type lang, type lang. Anyway, I will be discussing with you DO49 next time. It caters administrative cases. But dili nat ko makaya karon kay sa child protection raman ni. But we will still see each other next time on admin cases. That will be exciting. That will be good morning again. You can raise your questions through Teams and YouTube so I can also answer.
Thank you so much, Attorney Jill Alpeche, our Legal Officer 3 in the Division of Zamboanga del Sur, for a very informative discussion about the child protection policy. So we have witnessed a lot of cases now introduced or presented to us by Attorney Alpeche so that we could also have knowledge on how to deal with these circumstances whenever it will exist in our schools. So for your questions, queries, and other concerns, kindly write it in the chat box or in the comment section of the YouTube channel so that we can let Attorney Alpeche address all your concerns later if you will send us your queries. Again, you have all your time to please type or send your queries, questions, and other concerns in the type box, in the chat box of the YouTube channel so that anytime later, Attorney Alpeche can answer your questions. All right, so we would like also to inform our participants that an online evaluation link will be sent later at the last part of our session today by our SMME, Sir Arturus Jr. Antiquina, so that we could also keep track on what have you learned for the sessions today. And then, pa-shout out po muna pala sa Superboy ng Zamboanga del Sur Division, Sir Chester Don Bayukot, who is celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday, Sir Don! May the Lord bless you and keep you, give you more wisdom and knowledge as you fulfill your duties in our division, and of course, happiness and blessings in your entire family. The Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur is very proud of having you as our Information and Technology Officer in this division. Happy birthday pa ulit. And we will be greeting pala, pa-shout out may dere here in Antonio V. Apostol Memorial Central Elementary School and SPED Center, especially Elizabeth Lingating Aklo, Josephe Ruste, Ledilia Johnny Dag, Michelle Manta, Eds Dean, who are still watching at this very point. And then, meron pa ba tayong mga shout out? We would like to shout out all the teachers of the District of Vincenzo Sagon, Districts 1 and 2 under the leadership of their public schools district supervisor, Sir Ambert Saavedra and Ma'am Eunice Rojas. Sa lahat po ng mga teachers din ng Margos at Tubig District under the leadership of the PSDS, Dr. Juvie Impalmado and Dr. Leopoldo Ilago. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat and thank you for tuning in for our sessions today. Aabangan din po natin ang session mamaya after lunch. This will be handled by the School Management and Monitoring and Evaluation SEPS or Senior Education Program Specialist Sir Arturo Jr. S. Antiquina. So marami po tayong dapat matutunan. So we would like to invite you to please keep on tuning in here in the 2-day division virtual capacity building for the implementation of the Child Protection Committee. Nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa bumubuo ng production team dito sa Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur, headed by our ITO, Sir Chester Bayukot, Sir Janry Flores, Sir Iser Nabasca, and Sir Ponciano po. So, and also Sir J. Frix Katakutan. Ayan. So, eto pa-shoutout sa lahat po ng mga teachers ng Salugdako Elementary School. Ma'am Lucia C. Baladhay, magandang umaga po sa inyo, ma'am. And of course, to Ma'am Mirlo J. Orbeta of Pilas Elementary School, Mahayag North District. Good morning, watching from Sapa Bayang PS, Midsalip District 2. Pedi de Luna. Ayan. Mary Ann Ondalok of Lapirian Elementary School, San Miguel 1 District. Qualify, magandang umaga po, ma'am. And also, same morning greetings to J. and Claire A. Bacalia, the SPG President watching from Bayog Central Elementary School, regular Bayog District. Ito po, magandang umaga kay Ma'am Los Viminda Malinaw and kay Ma'am Edwina P. Cantona of Guripan Elementary School, Mahayag North District. Good morning, watching from Tigbao National High School, Tigbao District, Zamboanga del Sur, Ma'am Irene Pahilan. At sa lahat po ng mga teachers ng Tigbao District, magandang umaga po. Ma'am Nelgency Loyola of Mahayag SPED Center, North Mahayag District. Magandang umaga din po kay Algery Lonsagon from Bakaran Elementary School, Midsalip District 2. Isang mainit din na pagbati mula sa Division of Zamboanga del Sur sa lahat ng mga teachers of Mahayag North District, especially to Ma'am Liberty S. Jonem, watching from Panagaan National High School. I never have been to Panagaan. Eto. Ma'am Maria Elena Surigao, good morning. Watching from Sumalig National High School, Tambulig District. Shout out to all district supervisors and PICDs across the division of Zamboanga del Sur. Maraming salamat po sa inyong patuloy na pagsuporta sa lahat ng mga programa ng Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur, especially today as we are having our 2-day virtual capacity building for the implementation of the Child Protection Committee. This program is brought to us by the Division Coordinator of the CPC, Miss Alily Grace D. Lingating. Siya din po ang ating coordinator sa Youth Formation at sa Gulayan Paaralan. Nako, sa lahat po ng mga beneficiaries ng ating grant for the Gulayan sa Paaralan, congratulations and please ready for the monitoring. Ayan po. Nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa ating top management ng Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur, spearheaded by our SDS Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, our ASDS Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, and Sir Raymond M. Salvador. Nagpapasalamat din tayo sa ating CID Chief Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes at sa lahat ng mga learning area supervisors, sa ating SGOD Chief Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo, to our EPS in the SGOD Dr. Antonio O. Ganob, sa lahat ng mga SEPs, sa lahat po ng mga bumubuo ng pamunuan ng Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur, maraming salamat. District, from Ma'am Jaisel Librando. Ayan, watching from Tabina Central Elementary School, Ma'am Jacqueline Rebusura. Hi nga pala sa lahat ng mga chairman or chairperson ng mga school Child Protection Committee. Alam po namin na napakalaking challenge po ang gagawin natin or ginagawa natin in this time of pandemic, especially in the implementation of the child protection policy, kayong wala namang mga bata sa school, and yet we are to continue protecting our children as we believe that children are always the biggest investment of the country. So ayan, maraming salamat. Ito, the school composition of the Child Protection Committee, of course, the chairperson shall be the principal, and then followed by the guidance counselor designate, the faculty representative, the PTA representative, the SPG and the SSG president or advisor, and then the barangay president, the barangay representative. This will compose our school Child Protection Committee. And the district levels will also be having district level committee. So kung meron po tayong school Child Protection Committee, meron din po tayong i-compose or dapat nag-compose din po ng District Child Protection Committee. Ayan po. And we would like also to inform you guys that tomorrow we still have 2 more sessions under the management of Dr. Gay Abduhan, who will be speaking about the actual scenario in schools in this time of pandemic and how are we going to help our teachers in implementing the child protection policies. So again, if you have more queries, if you have questions regarding the session of Attorney Jill Alpeche, especially if you really have attentively listened to the session, ang daming mga cases po na diniscuss si Attorney Alpeche kanina, and kahit maliliit lamang po na mga detalye or mga incidents, nakaka-capture din po doon sa child protection policy. So if you have anything to clarify, if you have any incidents existing in your school that you want to be clarified with, please feel free in typing those queries in our chat box or comment section in the YouTube channel, and we will outrightly forward your concerns to Attorney Alpeche, and she will be given time later or even tomorrow if marami pa pong concerns, so that you will be clarified and you will get enough or sufficient knowledge in dealing with the circumstances. Ito pa, shout out mula kay Sir Dennis Actub ng Dimataling District. Ayan. Ito din kay Ma'am Sandra de la Peña, good AM, watching from Dalapan ES Bipos District 1. Shout out, ano ba yan? Ito. Shout out to Dr. Alma Carbonilla, the formally recognized child protection specialist of the Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. So, yun pala, sabi kanina ni Miss Lingating, no? Prior to forwarding this responsibility to her, galing po pala ito kay Dr. Alma Carbonilla, our recognized child protection specialist in the Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. And she is still supporting Miss Lingating, no, in the implementation of our programs in the child protection. Kasi ang dami po talaga niyang alam, and she is expert in this field as she has attended really a lot of seminars when it comes to child protection. So ulit, maraming salamat Dr. Alma Carbonilla. Shout out po sa teacher, sa Ma'am Hanifer L. Vitara, Ma'am Mary Jane Lumanta watching from Tuluan Elementary School, Ma'am Junila A. Calderon of Panging Elementary School, Kumalarang District, watching from Bayogwan District, pala si Ma'am Hanifer Vitara yung sinabi ko. And then from Tambulig District, Ma'am Janeline Manlegro, sa lahat po ng mga teachers ng Tambulig District, maraming salamat po for tuning in, and we want to give you the best presentations or content for this session. Alam natin, no, na very important po lahat ng mga detalye when it comes to child protection. Kasi nga po napakadelikado po talaga ng mga incidents na dinideal natin, especially on the time na may mga bata po tayo sa school. So this is very timely, no, in preparation for the upcoming school year when we are allowed for the face-to-face na po. So at least alam na natin, equip na po lahat ng mga members ng School Child Protection Committee on the responsibilities that we have to fulfill in protecting our children. Eto pa, birthday greetings to our AO4, Evelyn Angging Camache. Wow, happy birthday, Ma'am Camache, from the Schools Division Office and from the entire production team. Happy birthday po, Ma'am Evelyn Camache. Ayan, we are praying for more blessings, for protection, good health, and even strength as you fulfill your duties here in the Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. Ulit, maraming salamat po for your services, and we are still hoping for more years of working with you. Ayan. Eto, watching from Sayog Elementary School. May Sayog talaga, no? I haven't been there. Parang alam to ni Ma'am Alili kasi from Lapuyan. Ayan. Watching from Sayog Elementary School, Lapuyan District, Ma'am Cheryl Ferolin. Binabati din pala natin, no, si Ma'am Cabrales, ayan, Rovilyn Cabrales ng Tukuran West District for gaining back your health, no? So ayan, congratulations for successfully surviving your quarantine, and we are hoping to see you soon as we go back to our regular job. So ayan, I guess this is about time for the message. All right, so from the office of the School Governance and Operations Division, to represent our SGOD chief and to deliver his personal message also, let's welcome our EPS and SGOD, Dr. Antonio Oganog.
Okay, so thank you so much, Sir Brian, for giving me that warm introduction. So foremost, allow me to express the best of my morning greetings to our highly respected personalities in the top management, to our schools division superintendent, Ma'am Maharani M. Jacinto, CESU 6, to our two assistant schools division superintendents, Dr. Raymond M. Salvador and Dr. Romy M. Daligdig, to our chief Dr. Joy A. Magallanes of the CID and Chief Ernesto Tardo of the SGOD, to our Division Protection Policy Focal Person, Madam Alili Grace Dilingating, to our valued speakers of the different topics, all participants in this virtual convergence, again, best morning. So our attendance and participation in this activity is our way of showing support to the rights of children and our commitment to their safety and well-being. So in this, we share a common responsibility and commitment to the awareness, prevention, and reporting of and responding to child abuse in the course of their work. Child protection policy sets out common values, principles, and beliefs and describes the steps that will be taken to meet our commitment to protect the children. So let it be known that the Department of Education, in collaboration with its partners and stakeholders, shall ensure that all schools are conducive to the education of children. So the best interest of the child shall be the paramount consideration in all decisions and actions involving children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, courts of law, administrative authorities, and legislative bodies, consistent with the principle of first call for children. Teachers and learning facilitators, especially in learning centers, are their substitute parents and are expected to discharge their functions and duties with this in mind. In this connection, the family code empowers the school. It's administered over the child while under their supervision, instruction, or custody. Furthermore, this department aims to ensure such a special protection from all forms of abuse and exploitation and care as is necessary for the child's well-being, taking into account the primary rights and duties of parents, legal guardians, or other individuals who are also legally responsible and exercise custody over the child. Department of Education recognizes the participatory rights of the child in the formulation and implementation of policies, and in all proceedings affecting them, so whether they be victims or aggressors, either directly or through a representative. Accordingly, this department reiterates a zero tolerance policy for any act of child abuse, exploitation, violence, discrimination, bullying, and other forms of abuse, and hereby promulgates this department order. Therefore, we shall always bear our commitment to child protection, and we shall let ourselves be guided by the following. First, awareness. So we will ensure that all of us shall get involved in projects that we are also aware of the problem of the child abuse and risk to children. Second, prevention. We will ensure, through awareness and good practice, that we should serve as instrument to minimize the risk of children. Third, reporting. We will ensure that in our end, we are clear on what steps to take where concerns arise regarding the safety of children. Fourth, responding. We will ensure that action is taken to support and protect children where concerns of abuse arise. Further to the above, we will not permit a person to work with children if it has been identified that they pose an unacceptable risk to children's safety or well-being. Take all child abuse concerns raised seriously. Take positive steps to ensure the protection of children who are the subject of any concerns. Support children and act appropriately and effectively in instigating or cooperating with any subsequent process of investigation. Guide through the child protection process by the principle of best interest of the child. Listen to and take seriously the views and wishes of children and work in partnership with parents or other professionals to ensure the protection of children. In closing, I would like to express my congratulations once again to all the persons, I should say, seen or unseen, who have contributed much to the success of this activity. Together, we shall do our part in protecting our children because they are the hope of our motherland. Thank you and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Antonio Oganob, for delivering a very wonderful message that excites the members of the CPC in fulfilling our job. It is really very inspiring to know that if we protect our children, we can fulfill the oracle of Rizal, the children are the hope of our fatherland. So it is really a good thing that as adults or even workers in the government, we can contribute in realizing the hope of our future, which is protecting our children today. And now, of course, since we don't have any queries or concerns or questions or anything in the chat box yet, we would like first to greet pala happy wedding anniversary to my best friend Leia Silud and Leia Bertulfo na pala. Leia Bertulfo and Sunny Bertulfo. Thank you for the years that you have spent together, and we are still praying for more years of love and sweetness as you grow together. Happy anniversary and may God bless you. And of course, ito, shout out po sa lahat ng mga teachers ng Balanagan Elementary School, Dimataling District by Ma'am Virginia Baya. Ayan po. And then, good morning, sabi ni Sir Rick Manghay na sa Guga National High School in the District of Vincenzo, Sagon. Ayan, good morning po. Ma'am Marites A. Butron watching from Woodland Elementary School, Tigbao District. And watching from Baha Elementary School, Dimataling District 1, Ma'am Annabel Sabanal. Ayan po, Sir Arnold Consolacion of Libayoy National High School, Tigbao District. Good morning. Better morning watching from Pitogo District, Division of Zamboanga del Sur, Ma'am Lorna Parisan, watching from Bitinan Elementary School, San Miguel District 2, Ma'am Juvie Baang. And we would like also to greet a happy morning to Ma'am Kathleen dyan po sa Bitinan National High School. I always forget your family name, Kathleen Padilla. Kathleen Joy Padilla, ayan ba. And of course, Ma'am Rema Perez, good morning, watching from Concepcion Elementary School in San Miguel District. Meron pa po tayo watching from Tulbong Elementary School, Ma'am Joanne Betchay. Ma'am Lorena Vergara, wonderful morning, watching from Balanagan Elementary School, Dimataling District. To Sir Nelson Fuerzas of Bayug Elementary School, Bayug District. Good morning po sir sa lahat ng mga teachers of Bayug District. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ma'am Jaisal Librando Savillano, watching from Delapan Elementary School, Gipus 1, Division of Zamboanga del Sur. Ito to PSDS Tessie Templado of Tigbao 1 District. Magandang umaga po ma'am, and we are very pleased that you have joined our virtual convergence today. Ito pa, Ma'am Sonia Pangilinan of Bayugwan District, Dipasi Elementary School. Magandang umaga. Ma'am Crispina Torres, good morning, watching from Panubigan Elementary School, Pitogo District. And to our good friend also in the District of Pitogo. Ayan po. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Kay Sir, ano pangalan nun? Good friend, nakalimutan yung pangalan. Ayan. Ma'am Eunice Sibilo, good morning. Watching from Dauan Elementary School, San Miguel District. Sa lahat din po ng mga teachers of Dinas District, magandang umaga din po sa inyong lahat. Ma'am Joanna Marivisol Haka from Mate Elementary School or Mate Elementary School, Tigbao District, magandang umaga din po. And of course, we would like to remind all of you guys to please keep on tuning in this platform in the Teams, sa lahat po na nakapasok sa ating Microsoft Teams, and sa lahat po ng mga viewers natin sa YouTube channel ng DepEd Zamboanga del Sur. Please keep on watching and tuning in kasi mamaya after lunch po ay magsisimula na ang sessions that will be provided to us by our SMME, SEPS Arturo Jr. S. Antiquina. And we assure you guys, napakarami po natin matutunan, especially that he will be presenting to us the tools, the monitoring tools for the implementation of the school child protection policy. Ayan. Binabati din pala natin ang ating senior education program specialist in the human resource development section, our quiz. That's Sir Ebenezer Bana Malilay Jr. Of course, our planning officer in the division, Ma'am Sharon Gay Cadilinia. Good morning po, ma'am. To our SEPs in research. Nako, napaka-active when it comes to research, action, basic research. The Superman in research. Ito po, Dr. Lito Bahian. Ayan. Ito, isang malaking shout out galing kay Sir Peter Pahilan, watching from Bagong Kauswagan National High School. Ito, shout out din po pala sa lahat ng mga nurses on duty sa ating school health section. Of course, if she's around today, magandang umaga po, Ma'am Glenda May Bonsobre. Sa lahat po ng mga nurses. Alright, so we would like to invite again, guys, no, magbabalik po tayo in 12:30. We hope that you will still follow our YouTube channel. You will still watch the video, especially that napakaganda po ng Peter Brian Delempros from the Human Resource Development section.
formulate and implement guidelines and procedures to emphasize the role of stakeholders and other persons in the prevention and reporting of cases of bullying, and provide conflict resolution or peer mediation, including referral to appropriate service providers if needed. C. Organize and conduct the capacity building activities for members of the Child Protection Committee and guidance counselors or teachers or its either guidance advocates, including but not limited to identification of students who may be suffering from significant harm based on any physical and emotional or behavioral signs. So it is emphasized in these duties that we need to identify students, no, who may be suffering from significant harm. Uh, Nowadays, it might be difficult on our part to do this, but the parents may also help us in doing this. D. Develop strategies to address the risk factors that contribute to the commission of acts of abuse, violation, discrimination, and bullying. Consolidate the reports on incidents and cases of all schools and submit a division report using Annex A to the regional office. Now, we will be wondering, what is this Annex A? I will be presenting to you this annex or this template in a later, later. F. Monitor and evaluate the implementation and enforcement by public and private schools. No, it's not only for public school, but public and private schools of this department order and such other related laws and regulations relative to abuse, exploitation, violence, and discrimination of children. G. Exercise disciplinary jurisdiction where appropriate pursuant to the revised rule of procedure of the Department of Education in administrative cases and other existing laws, rules, and regulations. H. Give recommendations to the regional office and devise measures to address and prohibit abuse, exploitation, violence, and discrimination, and bullying or peer abuse of children consistent with this department order. I. Utilize resources, coordinate with appropriate offices and other agency or instrumentality for such assistance as it may require in the performance of its functions. In a little while, these functions will be presented to you also. No? J. Encourage and support activities and campaigns initiated by stakeholders and perform such other functions as may be assigned by the secretary or the regional director. Now let's proceed to the schools. The school heads shall have the following duties and responsibilities. A. Ensure the institution of effective child protection policies and procedures and monitor compliance thereof. B. Ensure that the school adopts a child protection policy. C. Ensure that all pupils, students or learners, school personnel, parents, guardians, or custodians, and visitors and guests are made aware of child protection policy. We have Annex C, which is the Mother Child Protection Policy of the Department of Education. This will be presented also later. No? D. Organize and convene the Child Protection Committee for the school. E. Conduct the capacity building activities for the members of the Child Protection Committee and guidance counselors or teachers. F. Conduct disciplinary proceedings in cases of offenses committed by pupils, students, or learners. G. Ensure that the participatory and other rights of children are respected and upheld in all matters and procedures affecting their welfare. H. Maintain a record of all proceedings related to bullying or peer abuse and submit after each school year to the division office the report and a copy of the intake form. What is this intake form? We have Annexes A, which is the report on cases, and B, the intake form. No? So these two reports shall be submitted to the division office each school year. I. Conduct the appropriate training and capacity building activities on child protection measures and protocols. J. Ensure that the school adopts a student code of conduct to be followed by every pupil, student, or learner while on school grounds or when traveling to and from school or during a school-sponsored activity and during lunch period, whether on or off campus. K. Adopt such conflict resolution mechanisms that respect the rights of indigenous peoples, provided that they conform to this department on order and they uphold the rights of the child. L. Coordinate with the appropriate offices and other agency or instrumentality for appropriate assistance and intervention as may be required in the performance of its functions. These appropriate offices will be presented in a little while. M. Coordinate with the Department of Social Welfare and Development or appropriate government agencies or non-governmental organizations on a child protection hotline for reporting abuse, violence, exploitation, discrimination, bullying, and other similar acts, and for counseling. And ensure that all incidents of abuse, violence, exploitation, discrimination, bullying, and other similar acts are addressed in accordance with the provisions of this department order. In accordance with the provisions of this department order. We also have duties and responsibilities of school personnel. This morning, Attorney Alpici defined who are those Attorney Alpici defined who are those school personnel. And these are their duties and responsibilities. Article 218 of the Family Code of the Philippines provides the following responsibilities of school administrators, teachers, academic and non-academic, and other personnel. A. Exercise special parental authority and responsibility over the child while under their supervision, instruction, and custody. Authority and responsibility shall apply to all authorized activities, whether inside or outside the premises of the school, entity, or institution. Only ang ilahang this is what others are referring to as loco parentis, special parental authority and responsibility over the child. Articles 220 and 233 of the Family Code of the Philippines, Presidential Decree number 603, and other related laws enumerated the following duties and responsibilities of the above-mentioned persons and personnel over the children under their supervision, instruction, and custody. So these are the legal basis of other duties and responsibilities. B, keep them in their company and support. No? We should let them feel that are uh, we have we have to accompany them, we have to support them, to educate and instruct them by right precept and good example. That's why it's a great challenge for us teachers, because we are supposed to be the role models, because we need to give them or to project to them the right precept and good example. Give them love and affection, advice and counsel, companionship and understanding. A simple kumustahan would somehow greatly affect on the to the part of the learners. Telling them, oh, kumusta ka na? Kumusta na ang modules? Okay lang ba? Sa anong sa anong party o sa anong paraan ako pwedeng makatulong? These are simple words that will somehow show to them love and affection, no? Companionship and understanding. D, enhance, protect, preserve, and maintain their physical and mental health at all times. E, furnish them with good and wholesome educational materials, supervise their activities, recreation, and association with others. Mayroong kasabihan, birds of the same feather flock together. And later on, parang nag-evolve yan. Birds of the same flock feather together. So pag you belong to the same flock, maaring kung ano ang ginawa ng isa, yun din ang maaring gagawin mo. That's why it is important to supervise their association with others, to protect them from bad company and prevent them from acquiring habits detrimental to their health, studies, and morals. F, represent them in all matters affecting their interest. G, inculcate the value of respect and obedience. In few cases, our children now will only give due respect to their advisors, no? But to the rest of the teachers, hindi na. Kaya sana ibalik na natin ito na kahit sino man na mga school personnel na nandyan sa paaralan o mga nakakatanda, kailangan tala na magbigay ng respeto ang ating mga kabataan. And it is the duties and responsibilities of the school personnel. No? Hindi pwedeng sabihin, oy advisor, yung bata mo hindi marunong rumispeto. Pag nakita mo na yon, you help also the advisor in inculcating that value. No? Do not just rely on the advisor, because these are all responsibilities of the entire school. H, practice positive and non-violent discipline as may be required under the circumstances. This non-violent discipline should be discussed in the Child Protection Committee. No? That's why it is important that this has been cleared out to the part of the learners. No? Provided that in no case shall corporal punishment be inflicted upon them. I, perform such other duties as are imposed by law upon them as substitute parents or guardians. Meaning to say, all school personnel are substitute parents or guardians. That's why we are compelled to perform these duties and responsibilities. J, school personnel shall also strictly comply with the school's child protection policy. We also have duties and responsibilities of pupils, students, and learners. Ito ay kailangan din na ipaalam natin. We need to inform our learners that they themselves have also duties and responsibilities in relation to this department order. Letter A, comply with the school's regulation as long as they are in harmony with their best interest. Pupils, students, and learners shall refrain, no, from. So, dapat, ito ang mga hindi dapat gawin. Refrain from. 1. Engaging in discrimination or leading a group of pupils or students to discriminate another. Minsan, kailangan natin i-traffic yung ano, parang magbigay tayo ng restriction sa mga pinapanood ng mga bata natin kasi lalo na sa mga Korean movies. As per observation, may maraming Korean movies na ang issue sa kanila ay bullying. So, pag hindi ito maintindihan ng mga bata, baka sila din ay gagawa ng kanilang grupo kung saan sila ay mag-discriminate to the other pupils, no? So this is with reference of one's physical appearance, weaknesses, and status of any sort. Minsan din, may mga nabubuli na mga mayayaman, no? Dato. Napayon, gwapa. Mutya ng kuan, mutya ng ano. Sometimes, they will be irritated and this will form part already of some sort of discrimination, no? Because it creates discomfort on the feelings of those who are involved, no? Doing any act that is inappropriate or sexually provocative also, no? Ito ang mga hindi din dapat gawin, no? Participating in behavior of other students that is illegal, unsafe, or abusive. Marking or damaging school property, including books, in any way. Engaging in fights or any aggressive behavior, no? Introducing into the school premises or otherwise possessing prohibited articles such as deadly weapons, drugs, alcohol, toxic and noxious substances, cigarettes and pornographic materials, and performing other similar acts that cause damage or injury to another. An allegation that any of these acts has been committed shall not be used to curtail the child's basic rights or interpreted to defeat the objectives of this department order. I could still recall before, pag mayroong batang nagkasala, hindi bibigyan ng exam or no examinations, hindi bibigyan ng quiz, no? They will be deprived to participate in any assessment activities, no? So ito pala ay bawal, no? This should not curtail the child's basic rights or interpreted to defeat the objectives, no, of this order. Kailangan pa rin nilang makuha yung kailangan nilang ma-experience, ma-exercise ang kanilang rights. B. Conduct themselves in accordance with their levels of development. Yung A, yung mga hindi nila dapat gawin. Dito naman sa B, ito naman yung mga dapat nilang gawin, no? They will conduct themselves in accordance with their levels of development, maturity, and demonstrated capabilities with a proper regard for the rights and welfare of other persons. C. Respect one another person's rights, regardless of opinion, status, gender, ethnicity, religion, as well as everyone's moral and physical integrity. And of course, they have to observe the code of conduct for pupils, students, and learners. Section 10, Establishment of Child Protection Committee. Although this was partially answered, but it is in the Section 10 that expresses that all public and private elementary and secondary schools shall establish a Child Protection Committee, or we call it CPC. Who will compose the CPC? First, we have the school head or the school administrator for the private schools, as the chairperson. We have the school guidance counselor or a guidance advocate or a teacher who will be the vice chairperson. 3, the representative of the teachers as designated by the faculty club. It may not follow that the president of the faculty club will automatically be the representative of the teachers, no? So they may designate another person who is also an advocate on the child protection, no? Then we have representative of the parents as designated by the Parents Teachers Association. Number 5, representative of pupils, of students and learners as designated by the Supreme Student Council. Number 6, representative from the community as designated by the Punong Barangay, preferably a member of the Barangay Council for the Protection of Children or the BCPC. So we have suggested 6 personalities who will compose the Child Protection Committee. The CPC shall perform the following functions. Number 1, draft a school child protection policy with a code of conduct and a plan to ensure child protection and safety, which shall be reviewed every 3 years. The template for the school child protection policy is attached as Annex C. So I will be presenting also Annex C later. But it will not prohibit the school from customizing also their own child protection policy, of which it will be stipulating the code of conduct, no? So itong Annex C na ibibigay ko mamaya are just guides, no? And will not prohibit the school in customizing as long as there will be no contradictions, no? Number 2, initiate information dissemination programs and organize activities for the protection of children from abuse, exploitation, violence, discrimination, and bullying or peer abuse. 3, develop and implement a school-based referral and monitoring system. The template for the referral system is attached as Annex D. 4, establish a system for identifying students who may be suffering from significant harm based on any physical, emotional, or behavioral signs. What might be the challenge on this part is that there are still homes or there are still families whose children suffered physical abuse, emotional abuse, and behavioral misbehaviors, signs of misbehaviors. But we have apprehensions of intruding into that, even if that child is our student, no? And I think it is timely and proper to establish a system, no? Identifying them, because it is not just to penalize their parents, but also to give counseling to them, no? As one of our innovations and interventions in order to solve or to promote child protection, no, activities. 5, identify, refer, and if appropriate, report to the appropriate offices cases involving child abuse, exploitation, violence, discrimination, and bullying. This is still in continuation of the duties and functions of the Child Protection Committee. 6, give assistance to parents or guardians whenever necessary in securing expert guidance counseling from the appropriate offices or institutions. Don't you know that doing some guidance and counseling is very crucial? We need to have an expert on this, no? We need to learn or We just don't have to listen to them sharing their problems, no? There are experts who have methodologies on how to do it, no? In treating or in giving assistance, no? 7, coordinate closely with the Women and Child Protection Desk of the Philippine National Police, the local Social Welfare and Development Office, the other government agencies, and non-government organizations as may be appropriate. For Zamboanga del Sur, I have known one NGO who is working on this, no? And they are called the Sabakan, no? Sabakan is a non-governmental organization who deals with cases on child abuse and abuse of women, no? So muna siya. 8, monitor the implementation of positive measures and effective procedures in providing the necessary support for the child and for those who care for the child. No? Ensure that the children's right to be heard are respected and upheld in all matters and procedures affecting their welfare. Let's proceed now to the preventive measures to address child abuse, exploitation, violence, discrimination, and bullying and other acts of abuse. So our focus here will be preventive measures. In Section 11, we have capacity building of school officials, personnel, parents, and students. All public and private elementary and secondary schools shall build the capacities of school personnel, pupils, students, and learners, parents, and guardians to understand and deal with child abuse, exploitation, violence, and discrimination cases, bullying, and peer violence by conducting sessions, trainings, and seminars on positive peer relationships and enhancement of social and emotional competence. So for the schools, you will not find it difficult because these are already being suggested, no? What activities we can get from here? Conducting sessions, no? Trainings and seminars. If not trainings and seminars, sessions or on positive peer relationships and enhancement on social and emotional competence. Still on preventive measures, they shall use training modules, no? Which include positive and non-violent discipline in classroom management, anger and stress management, and gender sensitivity. They shall likewise employ means which enhance the skills and pedagogy in integrating and teaching children's rights in the classroom. The programs that are intended to promote positive and non-violent discipline include, but are not limited to the following. Meron na ha? Meron nang sinasuggest din, no, na activities. Integration of education sessions on corporal punishment and positive discipline in the initiatives of the parent-teacher associations. Number 2, capacity building programs for school administrators, teachers, and non-academic personnel focus on children's rights, child development, and positive and non-violent approaches in teaching and classroom management to enable them to incorporate positive discipline messages in parent-teacher conferences and family counseling and integrate messages on children's rights and corporal punishment in classroom discussions. Still on preventive measures, encouraging and supporting the formation and initiatives of support groups among teaching and non-teaching staff and parents and caregivers, no? Parang hindi pa masyadong na-practice ito, no? Formation and initiatives of support groups, no? Among teaching and non-teaching staff and parents. Number 4, implementing specific parenting orientation sessions with parents and caregivers and other activities. And I think there is a need also to coordinate with the 4Ps, no? With the DSWD, because they might have parenting sessions that is related to this, no? Number 5, implementing school activities or events that raise awareness on children's rights, corporal punishment, and positive discipline, fostering the active involvement of and providing venues for bringing together parents, families, and children. Hopefully, pag tapos ng pandemic, pag vaccinated na lahat, pwede ng face-to-face, then we can do this, no? Active involvement of and providing venues for bringing together parents, families, and children. So, I also have this experience na yung mga PTA day before, no? PTA day, kasi may mga PTA day na hindi lang parents ang involved. During the PTA day, mga parents ay binibigyang pugay ng kanilang mga anak, no? Yung mga estudyante ang nag-design ng mga activities kung saan binibigyang pugay nila ang kanilang mga magulang. Somehow this would also help, no, in providing avenues for bringing them together, no, thereby creating positive or raising awareness on positive discipline. 6, encouraging and supporting student-led initiatives, no, to raise awareness on children's rights, corporal punishments, and positive discipline. In the next session, integrating these activities to the current situation will be discussed also, no? That will be also discussed. Number 7, setting up child-friendly mechanisms for obtaining children's views and participation in the formulation, monitoring, and assessment of school rules and policies related to student discipline. Yan. These are all preventive measures. Now, let's proceed to protective measures. So these are the protective and remedial measures to address child abuse, exploitation, violence, discrimination, bullying, and other acts of abuse. In Section 12, procedures in handling bullying incidents in school. Ito na. Paano pag may mga bullying na nangyayari? A complaint for bullying or peer abuse shall be acted upon by the school head following the procedures herein set forth. So mga school heads, ito na yung mga procedure na dapat niyong sundan. Kasi procedure ito ang dapat na sundan. Kasi may mga cases kami na pinupuntahan at ini-investigate before na kung saan hindi po tama ang pamamaraan, ang procedure na ginamit ni school head in treating complaint. Pag nagkaganito po kasi, ang mangyayari, si school head ay magiging accomplice also to the crime. It could either be neglect of duty kasi hindi niya alam kung paano ito i-handle. Kaya pakatandaan po ninyo mga school heads at sa lahat na rin na ito po ay procedure. No? Pag procedure, ito yung dapat na sundan. So bullying, upon the filing of a complaint or upon notice by a school personnel. Kasi maaaring hindi siya nag-file, wala nag-file. Meron sabi, sir, or ma'am, si Jose, si Juan, ay binubuli. So, it could be upon notice by a school personnel or official of any bullying or peer abuse incident. The same shall be immediately reported to the school head, who shall inform the parents or guardians of the victim. No? So, yung ina-abuse, siya na ang magiging victim. And the offending child, siya yung nambubuli. So inform in a meeting called for the purpose. The victim and the offending child shall be referred to the Child Protection Committee for counseling and other interventions. The penalty of reprimand, no, pag nandoon sa inyong policy na mayroong reprimand, if warranted, may be imposed by the school head in the presence of the parents or guardians. So halimbawa, talagang napatunayan na nagkasala at nakasaad din sa inyong customized child protection policy sa code of conduct na dapat sundin ng mga mag-aaral. So, kung ipapataw man ang penalty of reprimand, ito po ay in the presence of the parents or guardians. Hindi pwede na, o sige, papataw na siya, okay na ako na parents, pwede na siya. Hindi, dapat in the presence, no? Mga technical po kasi ito na dapat ninyong sundin. Kasi pag hindi po ito na isagawa, magiging kasama po ang committee o di kaya si school head, mapapasali po siya, magkakaroon siya ng offense. No? If bullying is committed for a second or subsequent time after the offending child has received counseling or other interventions, the penalty of suspension for not more than 1 week may be imposed by the school head if such is warranted. No? Kung nakasaad yan, kasi pag mayroon kayong policy, dapat may resolution na itong policy na ito ay will take effect. No? Dapat may resolution na itong policy ay i-adapt ng paaralan effective this particular period. No? But during the period of suspension, the offending child and the parents or guardians may be required to attend further seminars and counseling. The school head shall likewise ensure that the appropriate interventions, counseling, and other services are provided for the victim or victims of bullying. Bullying that results in serious physical injuries or death. So grabe na ito. So kaninang umaga, Attorney Alpici gave you different situations, different jurisprudence on cases of child abuse. No? This time, ito nag-result ng serious physical injury or death. So if the bullying or peer abuse resulted in serious physical injuries or death, whenever appropriate, the case shall be dealt with in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act 9344 and its implementing rules and regulations. Okay. Kasi mayroon ng death, no, na nangyari. C. Procedure. In all cases where the imposable penalty on the offending child is suspension, exclusion, or expulsion, no? Kung ang nakasaad sa policy ninyo ay ang pagkakasala ay may imposable penalty na suspension, expulsion, and exclusion, the following minimum requirements of due process shall be complied with. Hindi dapat na shortcut, no? Una, the child and the parents or guardians must be informed of the complaint in writing. So upon the complaint, no, upon the writing of the complaint, whatever is the complaint, dapat alam ng offender, yung nag-commit ng crime, nag-commit ng offense, dapat malalaman kaagad ng parents. At saka malalaman kaagad ng bata na siya ay inireklamo, hindi lang ng parents, no? Number 2, the child shall be given the opportunity to answer the complaint in writing with the assistance of parents. Ito din ang kalimitan ng mga nagkakaroon ng problema sa school. Kasi mayroon silang mga tinatawag yung bata, yung offending child, tinatawag yung parents, pero yung sagot ng bata patungkol sa complaint sa kanya ay hindi isinusulat. So wala talagang records na makikita. Basta sinabi lang na okay na, nagkaayos na. Dapat kasi makikita doon ano ang napagkaayusan nila. Meron talagang signature na gagawin, no? Dapat nakapirma lahat pag mayroong agreement na ginagawa, no? Number 3, the decision of the school head must be in writing, stating the facts and the reasons for the decision. Kung inaabsuelto ni school head yung offender, dapat ilagay niya doon at ano ang reason na inaabsuelto niya. Hindi yung, kasi pag in the absence of an artifact, pwede kasing sabihin na bias si school head, no? Kasi pwede rin na si school head ay nag-aabogado sa offending child, no? Siya yung nagmi-mitigate, no? Parang meron sanang naka-impose na sanction, si school head na ang nag-violate. Kaya dapat, no? Ano man ang desisyon ng school head, dapat it must be in writing. The decision of the school head may be appealed as provided in existing rules of the department. So pwedeng i-apila, no? So pagbigay ng desisyon, bigyan pa rin ng chance na umapila yung offender at saka magkakaroon ng hearing bago magkakaroon ng implementation sa sanction. Now we'll proceed to non-punitive measures. So kung babalikan natin, meron tayong preventive measures, meron tayong protective measures, tsaka meron din tayong non-punitive measures. In Section 13, it is the implementation of non-punitive measures. Depending on the gravity of the bullying committed by any pupil, student, or learner, the school may impose other non-punitive measures in lieu of punitive measures in accordance with the principles of positive and non-violent discipline. I'd like to ask, naranasan nyo na bang pinasulat kayo ng I will not do it again, back to back, in a whole page piece of paper? Pwede nyong i-review. Is it a punitive measure o non-punitive measure? Kasi pag punitive measure siya, hindi na siya applicable. No? So, dapat magkakaroon talaga ng discussion ano yung non-punitive measure. Kasi pag halimbawa, magkakaroon ng inflict to the health of the child, no? Pwede yang ma-classify na punitive measures. Section 14, other acts of violence or abuse. Other serious acts of violence or abuse committed by a pupil, student, or learner upon another pupil, student, or learner of the same school shall, and whenever appropriate, be dealt with in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act 9344 and its implementing rules and regulations. Pag serious na, no? Pag sinabing serious na, talagang it will inflict harm na talaga, no? Parang magkakaroon na ng mga serious injury. So, you will use na sa Republic Act 9344. Rules and procedures in handling child abuse, exploitation, violence, and discrimination cases. Section 15, Prohibited Acts. The following acts, as defined in Section 3 of this order, are hereby prohibited and shall be penalized in administrative proceedings as grave or simple misconduct, depending on the gravity of the act and its consequences under existing laws, rules, and regulations. So ano ito? Child abuse. Discrimination against children. Child exploitation. Si bata ang pinasulat. Minsan, I could still observe, may mga teachers noon na ang bata ang nagsusulat or sa pisara, si teacher nakaupo lang sa mesa o sa kanyang silya. Would that form as child exploitation? I think you need to discuss on that, no? So, you have to discuss on that kasi parang advantage yun sa part ng bata kasi masasanay siyang sumulat sa pisara, pero disadvantage pa rin sa kanyang part kasi hindi siya makapag-take note sa mga bagay na dapat niyang matutunan. Nagiging doble trabaho sa kanya. Nagsusulat siya sa pisara, tapos later on, pagtapos ng klase, magsusulat na naman siya sa kanyang kwaderno. So, may maraming forms of child exploitation na hindi nai-report kasi hindi napag-uusapan. Minsan lang yung mga cases na napag-usapan. Pag nagkagalit lang yung teacher sa kabilang teacher, saka pa sila magsasabi, oh, ikaw na teacher ka, palagi mo ginaganon yung mga bata, yung ganon yan. So, again, no, this needs to be discussed at the level of the school. Violence against children in school. So, pag violence na talagang bawal na talaga ito. Corporal punishment. So, kanina, this had been discussed by Attorney Alpici on what is corporal punishment and any analogous or similar acts. No? Ganon. Section 16. Investigation and reporting. The conduct of investigation and reporting of cases of child abuse, exploitation, violence, or discrimination shall be done expeditiously as herein provided. Hindi pwedeng ipagpaliban. Pag sinabi, ma'am or sir, si Juan, si Jose, si Juan ay binubuli, automatically, automatically, the conduct of investigation shall be done expeditiously. No? Agad-agad, no? Hindi pwedeng ipagpaliban. For public schools, ito na. Public schools tayo. The school head or the school's division superintendent upon receipt of the complaint. Pag halimbawa, hindi talaga naayos sa paralan, napunta sa school's division, no? Dito sa division office. So, the school head shall forward the same within 48 hours, no, to the disciplining authority, who shall then issue an order for the conduct of a fact-finding investigation, not later than 72 hours from submission. No? Dapat, pag ngayon ang complaint, dapat within 48 hours, mag-issue na ng order or ito ay ifo-forward na sa disciplining authority, who shall then issue an order for the conduct of a fact-finding investigation not later than 72 hours from submission. So magbigay siya ng order and not later than 72 dapat magkaroon ng fact-finding. So mga technical terms ito kasi pag si school head ay nag-fail to perform this, pwede ring magiging issue ito sa kanya. These periods shall be strictly observed except when, mayroong exception, when justified by circumstances beyond their control. Halimbawa ngayon, pandemic, may nakarating sa division office na reklamo patungkol sa isang school head or patungkol sa isang teacher. So dapat sana within 72 hours magkakaroon ng fact-finding investigation. Subalit, MECQ, bawal papasukin sa area ni teacher. Walang pwedeng lumabas sa area ni teacher. Merong mga restrictions sa ITF kasi pandemic, kasama iyon sa except, no? Except when justified by circumstances beyond their control. Pag sinabi, ay, hindi tayo pwedeng makapunta doon. Bakit? Walang sasakyan na magdala sa atin doon. Hindi yan exception. Kasi mayroon namang available na mga public transportation na kung saan pwedeng gamitin sa pag-conduct ng fact-finding. No? So, ganyan. If the person complained of is a non-teaching personnel, the school's division superintendent shall cause the conduct of a fact-finding investigation within the same period. Pag non-teaching, no? Pag non-teaching. If a complaint is not sufficient in form, the concerned school head, school's division superintendent, or disciplining authority shall immediately inform the complainant of the requirements of a formal complaint. So pagtingin niyo sa complaint ay hindi ito sufficient in form. May mga kulang na detalye para magiging sufficient siya in filing a formal complaint. Dapat maabisuhan mo din yung nag-complain. O ito yung mga kakulangan sa inyong complaint, no? So, the same shall be acted upon pursuant to the preceding paragraphs. Ano itong mga preceding paragraphs? C. The conduct of a fact-finding investigation shall be in accordance with the revised rules of procedure of the Department of Education in administrative cases, pending investigation upon referral of the school principal or guidance counselor or teacher, the local social welfare and development officer of the concerned local government unit shall assess, no? Shall assess the child and provide psychosocial intervention to help the child victim recover from whatever trauma he or she has experienced as a result of the abuse. The offender shall likewise undergo psychosocial intervention if such is warranted. So hindi lang yung victim, pati rin yung offender. Kasi hindi rin natin alam bakit nagkaganon siya. Kung si offender ay nagiging violent, dapat din na magkaroon ng psychosocial intervention so that we can dig deeper the reasons of his being violent. Baka na-influence siya, baka may dinaramdam siya, baka pinagalitan siya, na kung saan hindi niya alam o wala siya mapuntahan, wala siya mapagsabihan ng kanyang mga hinanaing, and the sudden outburst of feeling might tend him to become violent. Ito na. If a prima facie case exists, an alternative reassignment of the offending party as may be warranted. The respondent may be placed under preventive suspension pending investigation for a period of 90 days. If the injury or abuse committed against a child is so grave as to render the child unable to attend his or her classes, the respondent may also be preventively suspended to preclude the possibility of influencing or intimidating witnesses. So, pag halimbawa, matatakot si bata na makita ka sa paralan dahil ikaw yung kino-complain, no? Ikaw yung offender, pwedeng i-apply ito, no? Preventively suspended, no? To preclude the possibility of influencing or intimidating witnesses. The respondent may file a motion for reconsideration with the disciplining authority or may elevate the same to the Civil Service Commission by way of an appeal within 15 days from receipt thereof. The revised rules of procedure of the Department of Education in administrative cases shall apply in all other aspects. So siguro isa din ito sa magiging topics ni attorney, yung revised rules of procedure ng DepEd on administrative cases. Parang ito na yung sinasabi niya kaninang umaga. E, a complaint for education-related sexual harassment as defined under Resolution number 01-0940 of the Civil Service Commission must be in writing, signed, and sworn to by the complainant. It shall contain the following. So ano yung nakapaloob sa complaint? Full name and address of the complainant. Full name, address, and position of the respondent. So bakit kasama yung position? Kasi sexual harassment eh. No? May authority over the victim. A brief statement of the relevant facts. Evidence in support of the complainant if meron, no? Halimbawa, tinitis lang siya, wala makukuhang evidence, physical evidence, pwedeng affidavit, no? And a certification of non-forum shopping. Ano itong non-forum shopping? Ito yung ikaw na complainant, nag-file ka ng case sa respondent sa pag criminal case, no? Sa iba't ibang korte. Kaya magkakaroon ng shopping, no, na nangyayari. So dapat mayroong ibibigay na certification of non-forum shopping. Ito na. E1. The complaint shall be referred to the Committee on Decorum and Investigation. So, meron, no? It's not the Child Protection Committee, but there will be Committee on Decorum and Investigation. Upon receipt of the complaint, the committee shall require the person complained of to submit his or her counter affidavit or comment, which shall be under oath not later than 3 days from receipt of the notice, furnishing the complainant a copy thereof. Otherwise, the counter affidavit or comment shall be considered as not filed. At pag wala kang reply, ibig sabihin niyan ay parang you agree na totoo yung accusations sa'yo. E2, the procedure for the conduct of an investigation and all other related incidents shall be in accordance with the rules under Resolution number 1-0940 of the Civil Service Commission, provided that if the respondent is a teacher, the composition of the formal investigating committee shall be in accordance with Section 9 of RA 43670. F. The regional directors shall periodically monitor and keep a record of all reported child abuse cases and submit a final consolidated regional report, Annex A, to the Office of the Undersecretary for Legal and Legislative Affairs and Undersecretary for Regional Operations. So, si school ay mag-submit ng Annex A sa Division Office. Si Division Office ay mag-submit ng Annex A na template sa Regional Office at saka si Regional Office ay mag-submit ng Annex A na regional-wide na pare-pareho pa rin ang template to the Undersecretary for Legal and Legislative Affairs and Regional Operations. Failure to submit, ito na. Failure to submit an incident report or to tender to render a decision involving the case within the prescribed period without justifiable cause shall be a ground for administrative action for neglect of duty against the responsible official. Ito na. Dito cases involving teacher at saka students na mayroong guardian or wala yung guardian niya, guardian lang nandun, wala ang parents, parang nagkaayos sila. Sa kanilang pag-aayos, walang mga written documents na maipapakita na nagkaroon ng pagkaayos. Pagdating ng parent, sasabihin ni parent, ay hindi pwede yan. Hindi pwedeng sabihin ni school official na, uy, okay na kami. O nasaan yung evidence mo? Nasaan yung incident report mo? No? Pag wala yan, that would form part of a ground for an administrative action for neglect of duty. So dapat tandaan ito. The Office of the Undersecretary for Legal and Legislative Affairs shall compile the regional reports and submit an annual report to the Secretary. Compile pala niya lahat ng Annex A, saka magbigay ng annual report sa Secretary. Section 17, ito na yung jurisdiction. Complaints of child abuse, violence, discrimination, exploitation, bullying, and other acts of abuse under this department order shall be within the exclusive.
Right after our 2-day capacity building, we are actually capacitated and we've got correct and appropriate knowledge in fulfilling our duties as members of the Child Protection Committee. And then for the evaluation link, makikita nyo po yan sa pinaka-ibabang bahagi ng inyong mga screens. And then we are encouraging everyone to please accomplish your evaluation before you close the day so that you will be recorded as official participants of this capacity building. And your responses will be the basis for your certificate of participation. Nako, napaka-strict po talaga ng SMME when it comes to the evaluation. So please do not forget to accomplish your evaluation. Okay. Okay, so to close today's sessions, we would like also to say thank you to our production team headed by our birthday boy, the super boy of the division of Zamboanga. By Yukot with the members. We have Sir Jayfrix Katakutan, we have Sir Ponciano, we have Sir John Ray Flores. Tinuturo ko talaga, nakikita pala sa screen. We have also Sir Izer Nabasca, and also we have Sir from the planning, that's Sir Lyndon Oracion. Ayan. They are so active and very, very supportive in the production of all our webinars here in the Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. Muli po, pinapaalahanan natin ang lahat that we still have another 2 sessions tomorrow.